We have Karen Herrick, Ann Landry, Carlo Bacci, Vanessa Alvarado, and myself, Mark Doxer, all attending. We have some guests as well. This evening, our agenda is that we will be moving into executive session until approximately 7:15. We'll return to open session at that time, and we'll have a brief introduction from the Reading Housing Authority of the new executive director. We have one motion on declaring some DPW items as surplus, and then we'll continue with the department heads doing their initial budget presentations tonight with facilities, public services, public safety, capital and debt, and then a summary. So with that, Carlo, I suspect you're not going to be able to read the motion. If it's all right with you, I'm going to ask Ann to read the motion instead, if that's all right. And what I'll do, Ann, is I will show it on the screen so you can see what it is.
Sure.
Let me know if you're able to see that.
Yes. I move that we go into executive session, including counsel Greg Panini from BHPK Law, Ivrea Freed and Chris Heap, both from Mearis and Harrington, and Jody Mills from MIIA. Staff members Bob LaLashore, Caitlin Saunders. Is it Caitlin Saunders Nacella now?
Fine.
Either way, and Jean Deli, in order to discuss strategy with respect to litigation and pending actions involving 59 Middlesex Road, and that the select board chair declare that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the body, and to reconvene in open session at approximately 7:15 p.m.
Thanks, Ann. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Karen. We'll take a roll call vote and go through as I'm seeing you on the screen. So Karen,
Yes.
Ann,
Yes.
Carlo. Carlo, you're muted. We'll come back to Carlo. Vanessa?
Yes.
Mark votes yes. Carlo, are you able to hear us? Ivrea, do we have to be unanimous to go into exec session?
You don't have to be unanimous, no.
Okay, so we have Carlo as a no vote at the moment, as a not vote.
Abstain.
Okay, so well, he's texted me a yes. I guess he's not able to speak right now. Okay, so let's move to executive session, and we will come back at approximately 7:15.
I'm going to put
Okay, I see RCTV here already. So I'll give you a 3, 2, 1 in case that helps. 3, 2, 1. Hi there, we are back to open session this evening. First thing on our agenda this evening is a self-introduction of Katie Gallant, the new Executive Director to the Reading Housing Authority. Katie, I see you in the room. Are you able to join and add video?
Katie, we can't hear you if you're trying to speak. You're on mute.
I can't see you either, just to be clear.
I think I got it. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Sorry about that.
no worries. Welcome.
Hi, thank you guys. I know you've had a long meeting, so I won't take up too much of your time. Just wanted to introduce myself as the new Executive Director of the Reading Housing Authority. Started about a month or so ago, coming from Somerville Housing, where I've been the last 10 years. So Dick Robbins, chairman, thought it would be a nice sort of introduction to the select board, get to know everybody. So yeah,
Well, first of all, welcome.
thank you.
Oh, our pleasure. And thank you for showing your face literally. We can see a little bit of who you are.
Yeah, it's a very tired one today, but
So Dick Robbins had reached out and just said, hey, because there is a new director and it's Katie, it'd be great to say hello, as Katie had said. Any questions for Katie?
not at the moment for me, still getting the lay of the land, so familiar with Somerville for the last 10 years and just getting to know Reading and some of the players and the organizations and the resources. So the board has been terrific and super helpful with that, as well as the previous executive director. So she's ensured that I'm being connected with all of the right people, to keep things running as smoothly as they were before. So, at the moment, no, probably down the line, and soon, yes.
Maybe one of the things that we could possibly do is once you have your feet on the ground after several months, maybe ask you to come back and we can chat a little bit further, see how it's going.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. Definitely, for sure.
Vanessa.
Hi, Kate, welcome. My only request is, would you mind, for those watching at home, can you just give a brief summary about your role here within Reading and what you'll be doing?
Yeah, so still, like I said, still getting the lay of the land. It's been a busy month going through our operating budget and capital improvements over the next 5 years. Having experience with development and tax credit properties at Somerville, I'm always looking and seeking opportunities to provide and produce more affordable housing. So that's something that I would love to entertain, especially with guidance from the select board. There is a little visitor behind me right now who is always very into my meetings, so excuse that. But yeah, definitely that's sort of my goal is over the next, 5 years to really look at what the needs are within Reading. And hopefully, work to accommodate them as best I can. Sorry.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Really relate, Katie.
You're in good company.
Thank you. It's always tough, no matter how many times we have the conversation about, Mama's got a meeting in a few, but he lost a tooth today, so.
Oh, congratulations.
Cool.
That's
the
very exciting.
Oh, check it out. Nice smile.
Wow.
Yeah, the very first one. So.
Yeah.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations, Reading.
I appreciate that. No, I thank you guys for taking the time out just to meet me. And like I said, still getting the lay of the land, but I'm sure that I'll be reaching out with more questions and seeking guidance as time goes on. All right, stop.
Well, welcome.
No false, no false.
Yes,
please.
welcome, Katie.
Yes, that's all we need.
So happy to have you here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, board members, one of the things that we should do is we don't have an official liaison to the Reading Housing Authority. And so I thought it would be good perhaps to appoint one, if we can do that. Would start by entertaining if there are individuals who would, would like to do that first.
I don't
I'd
mind.
be happy to step in for that.
She seems like she's not going to need much. No.
Trust me, I will.
No, I'm just kidding.
The-
I would be happy to. Vanessa, if you want to, I defer to you, whatever you guys want.
I think either's fine. You spoke up first, so you can take it.
Thank you. It's so sweet. I'm happy to. Thank you.
I do
So-
appreciate that. Thank you.
So we'll take a vote to make it official, but then once that vote's taken, then Karen will be the liaison to the Housing Authority. So would someone make a motion to approve Karen as the liaison to the Reading Housing Authority?
I move.
Procedural question, but do we, I don't recall, do we vote on liaisons? Bob, I don't know if you,
Fine.
Paul?
I don't know, did we formally do it?
Most boards have not.
Okay,
But
Great. Even easier.
and you're okay with this?
Yes.
Great, okay, done. So Karen's the liaison. Thanks for joining, Katie. What's your son's name?
Declan.
Declan, thanks for joining the meeting this evening.
Congratulations on your team.
Guys. Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time, and we'll be in touch soon.
Great. Have a great holiday. Thanks.
You too.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, next on the agenda, vote to declare DPW items as surplus per section 1.6.8 of the select board policy. Bob, do you have any comments, or do you want me to just put the list of items up pronto?
you can put the list up, and I see Jane is joining us.
There is the list. Jane, you with us?
I am.
Hello, good
Hi.
evening. Could you just walk us through, so can you walk us through questions on value? Anything here? It doesn't look like there's anything new. The 2012 is kind of the newest item on here. I assume these are all, are they in use? Are they out of use at this point and just at surplus?
Some are out of use just because they've had issues, and some are still in use but are struggling along and getting replaced.
And for value, these are any of them, they're all under five, is 5,000 the new limit?
No, we advertise pretty much everything. I think it might be 10,000 the new limit, but there's very few things that we wouldn't advertise on Gov Deals anyway, because you might get something for it, right?
None of them are of magnitude that town meeting needs to approve, correct?
No, nothing like that. No.
Board members, any questions?
1985, I'm impressed, Jane.
Yeah, struggling along, as I said.
That one probably comes with a hat.
Yeah.
No
No
questions.
questions. Thanks.
All right, would someone please make this motion?
I move that the
How would
board
you
dispose
like it
of
to
the
go?
surplus items as presented.
Second.
Thanks, Karen. Any discussion? None appearing. We will take a roll call vote. Anne,
Yes.
Vanessa,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
and Mark, yes. We are 4-0. Thank you, folks. Thanks, Jane.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mark, if you want to take a 2-minute break, I know there's a lot of people now going to join FinCom and department heads.
That sounds like a great idea. So why don't we take a recess? I've got 7:37. Why don't we recess till 7:45? Okay, we're in recess till 7:45. Thanks. Oh, I got another minute.
Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, you are.
Yeah, just
Oh.
trying to multitask. Couldn't find the window.
Maybe we should wait till, I said 7:45. We probably should just hang on till 7:45. So Greg, I was, I kept hearing different people kept saying to me, you know, oh boy, it's getting bigger, it's getting bigger. And I kept looking at the forecast and said 3 to 5, 3 to 5. And then earlier today, I saw it went from up to 5 to 8. And I guess I haven't looked in a little bit.
Yeah, and they were saying also tonight that there could be a pocket of much higher snow, but not exactly sure where that's gonna be. I'm hoping it's not Reading.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
Yeah,
Of all push.
yeah. I'm sure the DPW is prepared for it.
We are, yeah.
I got my snow blower up and running, which sometimes is kind of the jinx that pushes it away, but
Yeah, you never want to have it not start right with a big storm. It's not a good place to be.
I had that once, and the frustration, I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
I was angry. I think I repeated one word a lot. Okay, we're at 7:45. I will call the select board back to order. Ed, do you have a quorum?
We don't yet.
Okay, all right, let me know if you do and we can we give you time to do that.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Bob for a little start to the discussion.
Thank you. Tonight we have the remaining 4 town departments that'll present their budgets. And in case you didn't tune in last week, these budgets are meant to be unconstrained by reality. Each department head was asked to create a budget as if money was almost no object. And they were also asked to create budgets that assumed, I guess, if you will, that the serious part of COVID was finished. So we had that discussion through the fall with the FinCom through financial forums that, don't put in any of the COVID spending for next year's budget at this point. And obviously, as the spring rolls along, we may have to address that. And lastly, as a housekeeping matter, the assumptions I asked all department heads to use were steps, which is 2% for non-union people, plus a 0.75% COLA for 2 3/4. That seemed to balance FinCom's desire for retention of employee with, the financial reality of a budget just over 3%. And then because we are in collective bargaining with all 8 town unions, I asked those department heads, and you'll hear some of them tonight, to just put assumptions in that there was no COLA. And clearly, as we negotiate, the costs will be higher than maybe what they're showing. But that seemed to be one assumption that every union could point to as consistent. So with that, I'd ask you to ask questions as you need to. Each department has a presentation and questions at the end, but if there's a point of clarification in the middle that's needed, please just say so. And with that, I'll turn it over to Joe for facilities. And Joe, I have your presentation.
Thank you, Bob. Well, thank you for having me, everybody. Tonight, we're going to present our FY22 requested budget. This next slide here just shows, just going to go through a quick agenda. We're going to talk about the core facilities budget, the town facilities budget. Then we're going to give you a snapshot of the core and town budget totals. And then I do have some stats to share with you relative to work orders, and then some comparisons of work we did in-house and outsourced. Okay, Bob. Like Bob said, we did apply the rules that he had mentioned to us, and we came up with a just over 2% increase in the core facilities budget. if you look at this slide, you'll notice that the overtime budget does not reflect the $20,000 of one-time money allocated for COVID-19 expenses. I did not put that in there, so it's less confusing to show it that way. So as you can see, it's a 2% increase. This next slide here, this is the core facilities budget for on the expense side. We're asking for, it's a 0.59% increase, which is relative to water and sewer increases. The natural gas and the electricity are level funded. You'll be drawn down to, there is an increase in alarm expenses, which is just basically just monitoring 2 buildings that formerly did not have security alarm systems in them, which is 2.5% increase, which is only $800. But below that, if you go down, you're going to see core HVAC expenses are up 41%. We have switched over to MERV 13 filters in all of our town and school buildings. We did this as a result of COVID-19, and we're going to be sticking with that standard, at least 11 or 13, MERV 11 or MERV 13 at the top. So the filters are quite expensive. This will be an ongoing expense for all 17 buildings in town. If you go down to core plumbing expenses, that line is up 7.86%. We have had a lot of stoppages that have affected all of the buildings in town. And basically it's from inactivity, from the buildings being shut down in March, and then the slow reopening that happened at all the locations. So we've added some money in there. I do believe this is going to go away. I think this will be probably a 1-year problem that we're going to have, because it is slowly getting better as the buildings get used more and more on the school and the town side. And then under miscellaneous expenses, there's an 83% increase. And that is has to do with, we're asking for additional money for air testing, which is something that's tied into, again, COVID. And in addition to that, we're looking to do some security enhancements. This is one-time security enhancements that were not included in the security project that we'd like to do. So it's a bunch of mini projects, I'll call it, that we're going to be working with. A few of them are going to be working with Public Works on, and in the facilities department. So those will go away after next year, but we'd like to get that and try to tie that out with the end of the security project, which will end next fall. So that the grand total with wages and expenses is up 4.97% on that slide.
Hey Joe, before you get too far forward, just on those, if I could ask a question about those MERV 13 filters, is there like a certain kind of shelf life for them related to what we were using before?
Well, the MERV 13 filters, the reason you're seeing there, it's around a $70,000 add to the budget, and a lot of the MERV 13 filters do not last as long as like a MERV 8, which was the standard we were using before, which is a good quality filter. So to answer your question, we're going to be doing filter changes around 3 to 4 times a year. And when we're up on the roofs and we're in the classrooms and in the buildings, we do check to make sure that they're performing okay. But it depends on the kind of spring you have. For instance, if you have a lot of pollen, the filters get plugged up a lot easier because they do constrict the airflow. Luckily, Reading has good mechanical equipment, and we've done a good job with a lot of capital projects and replacing a lot of it. A lot of towns that have switched to the MERV 13 filters are experiencing issues with their mechanical equipment because it does work the equipment a lot harder. I will tell you that. Okay.
And so there's no one-time expense associated with that one. You mentioned that for the other two that had the bigger increases, that those were one time, but less so on the HVAC stuff, right?
Correct. I mean, I could see us going back to like maybe a MERV 11 filter from a 13, which would reduce the cost a little bit. But we wanted to get the best in the building. So that's why we switched up to a 13 across the board. And this is all rooftop equipment and unit ventilators in classrooms and in office areas.
Great. Last question on that. So then is the increase in the expense just on, for the filters themselves, or is it also incorporating, checking them more frequently and, and installation? Is that going to kind of tick up in there? So there's another kind of embedded expense in there as well?
Well, to save money, what we're doing, and we've done it already with the first filter changes, some of the equipment has to be done by an outside contractor. So there is some in-house labor involved in changing the filters, but a lot of it is with outside contractors to get up there. We have hundreds of pieces of equipment just here at the high school that we need to maintain. So it's a combination of that and outsourced labor. But what you're seeing there is mostly materials and outsourced labor on that number you're looking at.
Great. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. And at the bottom of the slide, this does not reflect the $275,000 one-time money that we got in FY21. I wanted everybody to be aware of that also. And that money that we have that was into the facility's core budget is largely used for additional cleanings and emergency COVID type of cleanings, because we are doing a pretty robust cleaning of our public safety buildings and DPW every week. And then as needed, if we get called on the town side for additional cleanings, if it's necessary, we're swinging those people in. So that's what a lot of that money is being used for. I did not put it in the total because it throws the numbers off dramatically, but I wanted you folks to be aware of that because that is one-time money.
Joe, can I ask a quick question? I'm assuming that one-time money that came from some of the COVID relief funds that we got from either the feds or the state, or not clear of the 275. What I'm actually trying to figure out is, do you have enough for next fiscal year, given that right now it doesn't look like there's federal or state reimbursement coming?
Yeah, Mark, I can answer. The funds that Joe has in his budget is from town meeting.
Oh, it is from town meeting.
Some of it's from last June and then some of it's from November. To the extent that Sharon is then grabbing expenses that Joe may have spent, and then she's applying them to the federal grant. That's a whole separate step.
Okay, so just bottom line on this, next fiscal year, so July 1 through December, right, we probably still have some additional types of expense related to COVID. You've identified, filters, at least. Are there other cleaning sorts of expenses that you, at this point, you're feeling, these are reasonable? Obviously, if you need more, you come back. But, are these feeling reasonable for now?
I guess I'll answer. Mark, it's so hard to tell what, school will look like next September. As we get deeper into the spring and ahead of town meeting, if we know something is deficient, we may have to ask town meeting for more money. But as we sit here right now, there's just no way to know that. Imagine going backwards a year, we had no idea. So we know a lot more now, but we really don't know what next fall is going to look like, let alone the summer and the spring. So Joe's making some adjustments, I'll say based on secondary type impacts of COVID, if you will, but not on the things like the deep cleaning. And, he did have a lot of one-time expenses on putting up protective equipment around the different buildings. Right. So the need to do that again would be substantially less, maybe not zero, but significantly less.
Bob, and that's correct. At the tail end of last year, that's when we got all of the buildings outfitted to make them ready for people to come into work with, the Lexian Shield. We touched every building in town with that. So you're correct, Bob. It's more the cleaning going forward.
Thank you.
So this next slide here is the town facilities budget summary. The wages are up 0.42%, and the expenses are level funded. The biggest piece of the expense budget over there is the outsourced cleaning, which we do at 4 town buildings over there. We're in a 3-year contract right now, and we're in the second year of the contract. No increase, and custodial supplies, which is the next line down, is also level funded for a total of a 0.33% increase. And again, this does not reflect the $20,000 allotted for the one-time COVID-19 expenses. So this next slide just shows the impact of both the town core facilities and the town facilities budget. The total increase, the ask is 4.51%, which is $153,000. Any questions? Okay. So this slide right here, we just wanted to give you folks an idea. Like in 2020, in FY20, we completed 2,800 work orders, 180 of which were COVID-19 related work orders. And in FY19, there was 2,849, which is a difference of 43. The 180 work orders that are COVID-19 related are all like individual projects at multiple buildings. There was a lot of work that was done when the shutdown occurred. But the key thing to look at here is that we actually completed more work even while we were shut down. We were quite busy. So the department really never missed a beat. We were still maintaining our buildings and getting in there and doing work that needed to get done, that's difficult to get done, you know, when the buildings are in full operation. Okay. So this next slide here is going to show you the amount of work that was outsourced in FY19 and FY20. You're going to see there's an increase in the amount of work orders that we did in-house. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that it was very difficult for us to get contractors in here for a short period of time. So we did a lot of the work in-house here in the facilities department and the COVID-19 stuff. If we had to pay a contractor to come in here and install the Lexan, and I know a few municipalities that did do that, it would have been a large scale project and cost quite a bit of money. We basically bought the materials and our craftsmen out back installed all of that. So whenever it's possible, we try to do work in-house to save the labor rates. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions, folks? Vanessa.
Hi, Joe. Thanks for the presentation. I noticed that the high school seemed to have a lot more work orders this year. Is there a reason for that increase?
The high school always is a front runner. It's the single biggest building in the town. We did quite a bit more Lexan at this particular location than because of the size of the building, number one. And number two, this is, 375,000 square feet. So no particular standouts as far as work. It's just, it does ebb and flow a little bit, but I will tell you that building always stands right out in the front.
Great, thank you.
Other questions? All good. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Public services, please.
Thank you. If I could share my screen, I think I'll walk through the PowerPoint that way. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much. This is a rather long presentation, so I'll try and pick up the speed so I'm not here all night with you guys. But this slide I wanted to start out with because it had a lot of smiling faces. And this was taken in September of 2019, pre-COVID. And there was a lot of enthusiasm. This was one of our public forums about reimagining Reading. And I really like this photo because it takes me back to the work that we were doing September, August, September, October 2019 to think about all the visions that we have for Reading. And that's why I wanted to start with that. I also wanted to focus on the 3 themes that we were suggested that we take a look at when we talk about our budgets. The first is activities to date. The second is what's changed, COVID related and otherwise. And obviously for public services, there's a lot to talk about there. And then the third thing was what are we planning for in the future? And, you know, since we are so heavily focused on planning, I have a lot to say about that too. So this next slide is really meant to depict what public services is comprised of in terms of boards, committees, and commissions. Unlike a lot of the other departments, we work very closely with our boards, and we look to the boards for direction, for collaboration, for problem solving. And in this case, I think the ability to collaborate during COVID and to work with the volunteers and work with the resources that we have, even beyond this for community partners. I could spend an hour talking about what that was like over the past year. And so the strong collaboration is really the key to being able to accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish. Without it, we just couldn't. Community partners in particular are a tremendous resource to us. And there's a couple of examples. One I'd like to point to that I'm very excited about is we recently were able to get a rent mortgage assistance program off the ground by connecting with one of our community partners. And that was the Reading Cooperative Charitable Foundation, and use CARES Act funding to put a program together in lightning speed fashion that is going to directly assist the most vulnerable populations with mortgage and rent assistance. And that's the work that makes me really excited. And I'm really proud to have played a very small part in that, but that the town could, I'll use this word a lot tonight, pivot to get some things done and answer the question, what can we do to help? And we've did that a lot over the past year. So moving on, this is the department, and you'll see in the budget that this is a big ask budget for public services. When Bob said unconstrained by reality, I wrote down those words because that is what this budget is. It is unconstrained by reality. It does not live within parameters. It looks at what do we need and what have we learned and how can we go forward in a way that will make Reading better. And so that's what the budget's designed as. The org chart notes that I wanted to, and again, these org charts are not my favorite. This doesn't really explain how we work. We don't work in this linear fashion. We work all across the department. But in this case, I wanted to make sure I mentioned that we don't work in silos. It doesn't mean just because you're in this division or that division that you're not always communicating and always collaborating. And I'll give you a good example of that. When we got deep into COVID and started having a lot of conversations about nursing coverage, and the Board of Health was concerned that we might not have enough nursing coverage for the demands, we dipped right in and pulled our nurse advocate out of Elder Human Services, and she couldn't have been more willing to make that jump. And so she's been doing public health nursing, Maven reporting, contact tracing 3 days a week for, I think, since the summer. So not to mention, I could go on and on, but working with the school nurses and the collaboration among that group of nurses has just been fantastic. So so that isn't reflected here, and that's why these charts don't really tell my story. But we're very much finding ways to work together and get more done together. The other key thing I wanted to point out in this chart is the community services director. That's Kevin Bowmiller, who was promoted just before COVID to be the head of community services, which is all of the human services type functions here. And so that has been a tremendous resource. Likewise, with the interim health director that was brought on in the fall, or late summer, early fall, that's been a tremendous resource as well. And so those two ads have really given us the resources that we need, highly experienced and credentialed professionals. We're also adding to the public health nursing. That's something that we talked about in the Board of Health. It's not reflected here, but I'll talk about it in a minute. And then I just wanted to mention that we have had a couple of vacancies. The building commissioner got a job in another community last summer. We've kept on a whole litany of retired building commissioners. So one of them stepped up and filled that role while we're looking for a replacement full-time building commissioner. Likewise with the Elder and Human Services Administrator, got a job in another community, I think it was about a year ago. And everybody in that division, and especially the Community Services Director, just stepped up and filled that void, but that's a job that we plan on filling in January as well. This slide is really just telling the story of how many FTEs we have, and it's by division. The Community Development Director and the Community Services Director are asterisked, and it isn't really an even way to do this, but 25 FTEs is where we're at right now. So public health was certainly the big story for 2020 and beyond. You know, we did our obviously front and center COVID work, and I know the board has heard a lot about that, so I won't go into all of it, but certainly that's been the focus over the past 9 months. The collaboration, again, is the key word here. The Board of Health, the staff, our colleagues in the school department, everybody working together, certainly under the incident command system, has really been very effective and has been an organized approach to managing through this pandemic. And that protocol has been very workable. Initially, the Board of Health was meeting with Incident Command, and then more recently, I think since about August, the Board of Health has met separately and gotten the minutes from Incident Command. So everybody is understanding what the other is doing, but we're not needing to meet together. Beyond COVID-19, the staff was able to complete routine work and continue to do annual inspections, respond to complaints, provided over 300 flu shots at one of our flu clinics at the Coolidge Middle School this fall. And so level 1 FY22 budget requests more funding for staff in the leadership role in particular, which is the health director, and certainly more resources for public health nursing. We have an excellent public health nurse. Again, she was hired right before the pandemic. She's done a great job. She's taken on more hours. And so that's been great. And again, we're just so lucky to have this dynamic group of nurses all working together across departments, divisions, parts of government. So that's been really great. And we're very close to hiring a second public health nurse. So more to follow on that one. I could go on for hours on this topic, but I'll stop there and just say that this has been a really amazing group of people to work with. Switching gears a little bit to economic development, we did, under COVID, have a lot of need to pivot again with all the community engagement that we do. We had to find other ways of doing it, and Zoom seemed to be a good tool, and we've used that a lot. And we had a really well-attended economic development summit in October. And we invited back a couple of speakers that we were very happy to have with us. But Barry Bluestone, the professor from Northeastern, did the initial work in the economic development self-assessment tool. And so we were glad to have him back to give us some guidance on where we go from here, especially with COVID. And so this was one of the fundamental principles, is that really cities and towns can create their own destiny and can benefit from having these partners who can help them develop tools and information to compete successfully. And that's really kind of the core of what we're doing in economic development. But we were also given some things to think about. Our 2020 vision plan for the Eastern Gateway and beyond is still something we're working off of, and we have lots of interesting ideas for that. You saw some things last year about the yard behind RMLD. We're looking at some of the other areas in the Walkersbrook Drive area. We did a lot of work in the past year on intersections and schematics on how we can improve access points and better manage traffic circulation. And certainly the downtown has seen a lot of activity. But going forward, the advice we got was continue to update our economic development plan, and that's something that's due. Continue to pay attention to timelines for the zoning process, and we know we don't want to hold people up. We want to be thorough and do our job, but we don't want to drag things out. And then last, to work with businesses and the business community to market Reading as a good place to live and a good place to work. So those are the things we're thinking about for the future. We've been talking a lot about a district management organization. We've had a lot of public engagement. We've had some working groups. We're looking to build a steering committee to point us to, in the next year, what would a district management organization look like? And would it be the downtown and beyond? We've had a lot of conversations. We've talked about a business improvement district. And again, I could go on for hours on that, but I'll stop there. We're just got a lot of ideas cooking, so you'll be hearing more on that. Turning to economic development, to the building division, online permitting was the big news here. It was not our choice to have to go with a new software program in the middle of a pandemic. I lobbied for us not to do that. I lost that argument. And we made it work. I don't know how, but we did. I can't take any credit for it, but the staff did a great job, and everybody just forged ahead and figured it out. And now we're doing almost all of our permitting online. The payments are being processed online. It wasn't without a few hiccups, as all technology can present challenges, but we did get there, and very, very proud of the way staff did that. As you can see from the numbers here, the permitting activity has been strong. Fees and inspections have dipped a bit, mostly as a result of the larger projects in the past few years that have bumped things up. So there's more projects in the queue, and we expect the trend to bolster a bit. Conservation also has had a consistent revenue and activity here, and we continue to see a lot of projects going through conservation. Planning, we have so much going on, and COVID certainly has changed the way we do our planning. Again, going back to community engagement, we've had to do things differently. But the three major planning goals, keep downtown vital, preserve what's important, and be queued up for opportunities, are what we live under. And then thinking ahead, we look into making changes to the zoning bylaw, to talking more about parking downtown, EV charging stations, and this idea of a business improvement district. Those are some of the big efforts that we have underway. Planning and going after grants are always front and center, and we do a lot of that. Historic, this is mostly volunteer. There's the two different boards and commissions, and they're very distinct. One is the Historic District Commission, and that regulates the districts. The Reading Historical Commission is the town commission that's responsible for, among other things, the general bylaw for various things that are in there for historic, demolition delay being probably the one you hear most about. Moving on to the Recreation Division, the Board of Health and Rec worked a lot over the summer and into the fall to make sure that COVID protocols were developed and followed so that we could offer safe recreational activities. Virtual programming for summer activities for youth was a key thing. The Birch Meadow Master Plan, we had a really good meeting some weeks back, virtual of course, and that planning effort continues to move forward. Reading United Soccer was another partner that we did a lot of work with, and we were able to allow safe play this fall for over 500 athletes. Elder and Human Services, we were very happy to be able to bring back the van service. The senior center obviously was closed as a result of COVID, but that didn't stop the staff from coming up with new ways, again, of doing programming and pivoting and finding fun, creative ways to entertain and engage our seniors. Language classes and fun activities online, Chromebook loaner programs provided technology to those who might have otherwise been reluctant to give it a try. Over 6,000 wellness calls were made to seniors. This was a group that we were very concerned about, and we're still calling out and checking in with them. But that social isolation as a result of COVID was something we worried a lot about, and we wanted to try and figure out a way to combat it. Programs like the Senior Tax Preparer, that went really well. They worked with the Board of Health to get all the rules out, and they'll continue with that. And so other than that, I think that the event today, I'd like to just say kudos to everybody who was involved with that. There was a drive-by event at the Pleasant Street Center where they gave out masks, sanitizer, and a plant earlier today. And I know a lot of seniors were really happy to be able to get out and see everyone and have an opportunity to say hello. Veteran Services, kudos to Kevin Bowmiller. He always does such a nice job with Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and it was both of the services this year were really well done and different. Everything was different this year. Pivoted to, a very small event. I thought they were both excellent and was very happy to be involved in them. And I know that there's all kinds of stuff online that you can see. There is a little bit of a dip in some of the activity. We've lost a few veterans. Some have moved away, some have passed away, but we see in the queue more veterans signing up for benefits. So we think we'll still be busy there. Processing the claims is almost all online now. So that's another great move forward. This is my last slide, and basically, this is my recap of the 5 asks for additional funds, and these are net dollars that I'm asking for. So the first one is general administration, and on the salary side, we're looking for more hours for clerks. We have a great admin staff, but we're finding more and more little things that we could benefit from having more admins to help out just on a part-time basis. We do rely a lot on some of the admins in the town manager's office, and at some point they're probably going to start saying no, but they never do. Again, going back to that org chart that doesn't really tell our story, we have an admin from Bob's office doing a tremendous amount of work just in public health. And she's actually going to start going to the Board of Health meetings, and we'll start this Thursday because she doesn't want to miss anything and have to wait for RCTV. So she can get the minutes done of all the meetings that we had. All the minutes are current. I lost count of how many times the board met, but it's a lot. So having a little bit more on the clerk's admin hours would be helpful. I did put some money in there for outsourced professional services. That's basically in anticipation of health wanting to do some more planning. Health has talked about some additional sort of master plan work that they want to do. And I'd like to be able to work with them on that. We did get some funding from town meeting to do an internal assessment. That's on hold for right now. We did go through a procurement process and didn't hire somebody. But we went through the process and learned a few things. And now that we have our interim public health director, we're doing some internal assessment on our own. So we'll see where that ends up. But tools for the future planning for public health are what I have booked there for those dollars in outsourced professional services. And then there's a little bit of money on mileage, advertising, and utilities. That's what that first line item is. And then the second one is economic development, other expenses. One of the things we did in the midst of COVID is we looked at ourselves and said, we have to do something to help these businesses. And so a couple of us ran to Target and got bistro tables for pretty short money and figured out a couple of businesses that could benefit from them. We just gave them to them. And that kind of programming, we call it tactical urbanism, just do something, just make something happen. And when we did do the bistro program, we did run it by all our public safety and everybody to make sure it was meeting all the rules and not blocking sidewalks and all of that. But those are the kind of programs that I think the businesses really appreciate. There was no red tape, there were no requirements, we just made it happen. So there's a little bit of money there for that. In building, filling the code, the building commissioner position has been tricky. We do have an interview next week, so I'm fingers crossed on that one. But if we continue to have difficulty filling that position, I'm suggesting a part-time code enforcement officer just to deal with all of the complaints that we get and to follow up on things like signs and that kind of thing. Health, I've sort of hinted to, but here it is, a full-time health director and more hours for additional nursing. And then the last one is recreation, which is added hours, taking the program coordinator who's now currently part-time and making that position full-time. And there it is.
Questions, folks? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jean. This was a very helpful overview. I was wondering if you could break down the health department additional expenses a little bit more. What is the interim director position? What is the master plan, departmental assessment? What do those specific numbers look like?
Sure. So the line item on top for general administration is where the money sits to do the planning work. And it's 45,000 in this out of the 69.5 for outsourced professional services. Mm-hmm. And then the 156 is what I'm asking for salaries. It gets a little wonky because we got some additional salary money for overtime and some other things that town meeting gave us as recent as this past subsequent town meeting. We got 50,000 for some more, staffing. And so some of that I didn't ask for again, but the net of what we need to have a full-time health director, to continue to keep our interim health director in some capacity, and then have additional hours for a part-time nurse. The nurse that we hope we're going to hire is going to work about 10 hours a week. I'd like to bring that up to 19 hours a week for July 1.
Now, with the hope that the interim health director helped to phase in a full-time health director and then retire or continue with the retirement that he was so kind to leave to help us out, or is the idea he would be coming on in a different capacity, or he would transition to a different role within the health department, even as we bring on a full-time health director.
Yeah, so it's funny, we had this conversation today and we've been talking about, you know, he's been such a big help. I'm sure there's another place for him somewhere, and I have some ideas, but he didn't really commit one way or the other. You know, he is retired.
Right.
So I don't want to push my luck. For a fact, he will not leave us until we are in good shape and have a full-time health director if we are lucky enough to be able to do that. So he's happy to provide us with that expertise until we can find it on a permanent basis. And then we've talked about continuing on in some role past that, and this budget allows for that.
Got it. Thank you, Jean. That's helpful.
Jean, can I ask you about on the code enforcement? Is that envisioned to actually generate revenue in terms of enforcement, or is it more to get people compliant? Is it more kind of the bully pulpit, or are we talking about earning some money this way in enforcing issues?
I think we're really talking about compliance. We get a lot of complaints. You know, somebody's building a shed, it doesn't meet this, it doesn't meet that. Somebody's put up a sign, it's a problem. Somebody's got a this, it's not a that. We do that all day long. And the thinking here, and we had this position a few years ago, and all of these kind of complaint-driven issues would be funneled to this one position so that the higher level building commissioners and all of the part-timers on my staff have all served as full-time building commissioners in other communities and are now retired. I've got 4 of them. So they're really knowledgeable and really make a good team. If one's out of town, the other one covers for them. We had a situation, I got a call Saturday. Somebody drove through the plate glass of Domino's, the storefront, and I needed a building inspector. Fire needed them. So we, you know, called one of the guys that I have on this team, and he was, you know, one was out of state, another one was somewhere else, but I had one that I could pull in. And so having that bench is so helpful for kind of the big stuff. This would be for the little stuff that needs someone's attention on it and needs to get resolved.
Got it. We have had a bunch of complaints about parking from some of the downtown projects. Would this person engage with kind of helping those, or that's no?
We got to stay in our lane on parking. I'll defer to Chief Clark on that all day long.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because I know we talked about it, and I know that there are citations being issued, and citations in many cases are being paid, but it's not alleviating the problem. So I'm trying to figure out what leverage we have that we can apply, and it kind of feels like it's compliance oriented more than anything else, because giving them fines doesn't resolve it.
Yeah.
So it may be anything we can do along that front, I think, and you know, maybe it requires other action to help, but I think it's going to end up in compliance somehow more so than you know. I know that you know, Dave's got people writing tickets, and still the problem continues. Okay, Vanessa, I saw your hand next.
Yes, thanks. Jane, thanks for the presentation and the overviews. I'm curious, would it be possible to see perhaps a 3 to 5 year history of staffing within this department?
Do you mean like FTEs? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Yeah, we have that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's in every annual town meeting report. I'll check to see if it was in last June.
That would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I was actually looking at the FTEs from FY18, FY19, FY20, FY21, and by my count, and it's not an exact science because of the way we do things, but It's been between 23 and 25 for the last 4 fiscal years. FTEs.
Okay, great, thanks.
Other questions? All right, let's roll on. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you.
Is public safety next? Chiefs, do you guys have an order of operations?
Greg, you're a senior. I'll go default to you if you want to go first.
Go alphabetical. Greg, do you want me to run the PowerPoint?
Yes, thank you, Bob.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief Clark. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me tonight. The Reading Fire Department has 4 major responsibilities: fire suppression, fire prevention, the emergency medical system, and emergency management. And we're also responsible to coordinate, apply for all reimbursements for state and federal disaster declarations. We have 53 full-time equivalent employees. I'm not asking for more employees for FY22. This is an org chart for the department. Of our 53 full-time employees, 48 are assigned to one of our 4 working groups, consisting of 12 personnel. There's 2 officers and 10 firefighters in each group. So every day there's a different group of firefighters on. And their primary focus is on delivery of emergency medical services and routine fire inspections. Administrative functions of the department are performed by the fire chief, assistant fire chief, fire prevention officer, and department secretary. And we also share a department secretary with the police department, so it gives us a little depth in that area. And we have a half-time equivalent position to maintain the municipal fire alarm system. And that system provides fire protection, fire alarm services to all the municipal buildings and some of the larger buildings in town. So each day the on-duty shift staffs 2 engines, a ladder truck, and an ambulance. Each group is supervised by a captain who's the shift commander. Captains are responsible to respond to emergencies, deliver services, training, scheduling, equipment maintenance, and routine fire prevention duties. The lieutenants are responsible for supervision of the West Side Fire Station and the firefighters who are assigned there. And they're responsible for responding to emergencies, delivering services, training, equipment maintenance, and routine fire prevention duties. And to ensure each piece of fire apparatus has the right amount of people to operate it, we have a minimum staffing level of 10 personnel on shift. And when a fire prevention officer is working, that position is counted towards our minimum staffing level. You go. So for the FY22 salary budget highlights, where our request is a 2.3% increase in salaries and a 4.8% increase in expenses. What's driving the 4.8% increase in expenses is the need to outfit 3 new firefighters in protective clothing. We have 4 retirements coming up beginning in January. So we have a captain and a firefighter retiring in January. And then we have a captain and firefighter retiring in March. So we're in the process of replacing those people. We've identified 3 new hires, and we've gone through the civil service process for them. And we've submitted their names to the Fire Academy. And the Fire Academy is really good. They turned around slots to us quickly, and they'll be going to the Massachusetts Firefighting Academy in March. Some of the highlights in the salary budget, on the non-union side, we have personnel increases per the pay and classification plan that Bob talked about. So 4 employees are scheduled to receive a step increase. On the union side, we will have 2 new captains next spring and 2 new lieutenants. We have 1 lieutenant receiving a step increase and 14 firefighters receive a step increase. So our department's kind of going through a change now. We have senior people retiring, we're bringing in new people, and they're going through the step system. You can jump to the next slide. On the expense side, like I mentioned before, the request increase is driven by the need to purchase turnout gear for 3 new people. Currently, we have a number of grants in progress. We received a $604,000 grant from the federal SAFER program that's administered by FEMA. That pays the cost of 4 firefighters over a 3-year period. The first 2 years, they pay 75% of the cost, usual cost of a firefighter, and 35% for the 3rd year. And that also includes health insurance costs as well. We received a grant for just under $33,000 to purchase turnout gear washers and dryers for each of our stations. And it's sophisticated equipment to clean turnout gear without damaging it, but to get all the contaminants out. And there's been a number of studies over the last 15 years that say that dirty, contaminated turnout gear is a cancer risk to firefighters. So we want to make sure that that equipment's cleaned properly. Facilities did an outstanding job assisting us with the installation of this equipment because we're putting large size washers into older fire stations. The West Side Fire Station was a particular challenge, but with working with the electrician and the plumber and also with the town electrical inspector, we were able to get it into one of those rooms appropriately and meet all the codes. But I couldn't have done that without the assistance of facilities. Joe's people were fantastic, and also with the wiring inspector. So Gene's inspectors were hugely helpful for that project. We also received a $6,500 emergency management grant for police and fire training. That's been very hard for us to get off the ground because of COVID. And we also have a $4,100 grant for our SAFE program. And that provides funding for us to go into the schools and provide fire safety instruction for school-age children. And generally, we're in the kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade with that program. And then we receive a $2,000 grant for Senior Safe to provide fire safety instruction and help for our senior population. And that's a program that's been in place for about 5 years. That's a very successful program. If we jump to emergency responses by calendar year, you can see, looking at this graph, the light column on your right is partial data for 2020 because we still have some time left to go in December. So 2020 is not a full year, but we're on track to be right around the responses for 2019. We could be just a little bit low because we found during the height of the COVID in the early part of April that our calls went down just slightly. You know, people didn't want to go to the hospital if they could avoid it at all costs, and some of our other calls were down just slightly. But that's picked up, and it looks like we're going to be right around our 2019 responses. But overall, you look at it for a broader period of time, and the runs are increasing. This is a picture of our ambulance and fire trucks, and what's unique about this is every one of those trucks is registered as an ambulance. Each one of those vehicles carries a defibrillator monitor, medications, And so a firefighter arriving in our ladder truck, for instance, can give medications to somebody who's in cardiac arrest, can use a sophisticated defibrillator monitor. And so that's a unique service that only Reading provides. None of our other surrounding communities provides this level of service. Some might put it on one piece of equipment, but nobody does all of it like we do. So whenever we have a paramedic on one of our pieces of equipment, which is most of just about all the time, we can provide ALS level care with whatever vehicle arrives on scene. So that's a huge benefit to the community, because we might need a mutual aid ambulance that's going to come from one of our surrounding communities with a longer response time. We can provide that level of care. We begin that right in their house as we're waiting for that arrival, and that happens. It happens fairly frequently. On the next slide is our ambulance revenue. If you look at it over a longer period of time, it's somewhat trending upward. But it's ambulance revenue is a little tough, because you never, our payment is based upon the level of service and what type of insurance they have. And if they have Medicare, we only get 80% of what that allowable is. So it's depending upon the level of service we provide and what they have for insurance. And on the next side is a little bit of types of patients that we're treating. Our top response are for people who are sick, falls, motor vehicle accidents, breathing problems, welfare checks, and psychiatric problems are our top ones. And on the next slide, as our responses to where the clinical impression was COVID-19 or influenza-like illness. And we only put this down if there's something that leads us to believe it's heading in that COVID-19 direction. We can't make that diagnosis on scene, but there's a symptom that indicates that it's a COVID-19 patient. And you can see that, always in January, February, we're going to have flus, but you can see how it really, responses went up significantly in April, and then started trending downward through the summer. And now we're trending back upwards again. I don't have the data for December yet, so I'm not exactly sure what it's going to look like, but from anecdotally, I would imagine it's going to continue to trend upward for what we're seeing both in the town of Reading and in Massachusetts and the country. This slide shows the medications that we administer, and it's a wide range of medications that carried in the ambulances, carried on the fire trucks, that makes a significant difference for that patient that's having a medical emergency. The next slide is emergency management. So emergency management, we've heard a little bit more about emergency management because of COVID-19, but the primary goal for emergency management is to identify areas of vulnerability to the community and to prepare for all disasters, whether natural or man-made, and to coordinate the response of a wide range of agencies and assist in the recovery phase. And the secondary goal is to ensure the town of Reading is in compliance with all the federal and state requirements so we can remain eligible to receive reimbursement for federal and state disaster declarations. Because if you're not in compliance, you're not going to get the federal funding. And on the next slide, we have 2 requests into FEMA right now, and they have got to be overwhelmed because every city and town across the entire country is putting in requests. And so I don't know how they're doing it, but what we've seen with our requests, we have one that's very far along in the process, but we're finding that they're requesting more and more information, far more than ever was asked on other disaster declarations. And so it's a much longer process for us to get the documentation to them because they're looking for very minute detail on some of the things. And, you know, they must have a lot of new people, and the reimbursement criteria is probably very strict, but as they're telling us they need information, we're getting that information to them. So our first request just covered March to the end of May, and that dealt with a lot of the PPE purchases and some of the Lexan shields that facilities put up, and some of our other expenses. And then the second request is in, but I haven't been contacted by that yet, and that's for an amount of $447,000. So will be, I'm sure, after the first of the year, there's going to be a lot of documentation and back and forth with FEMA on this. So this slide shows our reimbursements that we've received from FEMA since 2001 on the disaster declarations. So over this period of time, the town of Reading and the Municipal Light Department received a total of $1.7 million. So it's been significant, the reimbursement requests that we've received over the years. And the most expensive ones are when they include the Reading Municipal Light Department. And it's not always the case. It's how the disaster is declared by the presidential declaration and how the state categorizes it. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Greg, could I ask you a couple of quick ones on the SAFER grant? Is this year 2 or 3?
It'll be 3 starting in February.
Okay, so we're just getting is it 35%?
35%. Yeah, we'll be dropping down to 35%. Yeah.
Okay. And then the other question was, and this, I may save it for when Chief Clark speaks also, the number of psychiatric calls, I think I scribbled down like 80. Is that?
Yes. So in 2020, so far year to date, we've had 82. And last year, in 2019, we had 86. So, you know, and I look back, in December can be a little bit of an uptick in those. It's not significant for us, but it can be a little bit of an uptick. So we're going to be, my guess is we're going to be at the same level of 2019 or maybe just up slightly.
Thank you. Other questions? Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, that was awesome. I love your grant page. I don't know if your area just has more grants to apply for, but boy, keep up the good work. Those are serious chunks of change, and I know the community appreciates it in addition to everything else you do. I had a question about ambulance calls. I haven't had one lately, luckily, and I was wondering what the rack rate is for any ambulance calls. Probably my information was that it was about like $1,600 about 5 to 7 years ago. What are people going to see before their insurance kicks in?
Well, so the cost is based upon the level of service we provide. So a basic level of ambulance service where, you know, they might need some splinting or some minor level of care might be around $1,200. But if somebody is in cardiac arrest, that can be up around $2,000 because we're giving a number of medications, and the rates are structured by the medication and the level of service that's provided.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And I was wondering how you're doing on your ladder truck. Would that be coming later this evening?
It's on the capital plan. Our hopes is to replace that, is that to have it past town meeting in the spring, and then we'll go out to bid for a replacement of it. It's up and functioning now, but our hope is to be able to go out to bid in the spring and replace it.
Okay, we want you to, yes, the ladder truck's very important. And the board had previously asked Bob if he would share the cost benefit numbers or the repair numbers that I've heard that have been accumulating to show that unfortunately this one's gonna need to be retired early. So anyway, I don't want to put you on the spot, but thank you. We just want to make sure you've got the right equipment you need and the community wants to know that it's time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Other questions? All right, thank you, Chief
Thank
Burns.
you.
Let's shift to Chief Clark.
Evening, everyone.
Welcome.
Bob, do you want me to share? Or are you going to share?
Up to you, Chief.
I'll try it. Let me try this. This is my first time. Hold on.
Okay.
That on?
Not yet.
All right, showing up on my screens. Bob, why don't you go ahead then?
All right. Let me see what I can do. It's a lot easier for the presenter not to have to worry about that. Does that look okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. So the police department overall looking for increase of a 4.26% increase over fiscal year 21. Approximately 95% of it is budget spent on personnel. I am going to be asking for an increase in a position, an extra supervisor position, but not replacing that position with an extra patrol officer added staffing. So it's not adding staffing, it's just changing a position. I'll go that in the next slide. This is our current organization chart. If I get that other position, we'll be looking at tweaking this organizational chart because I just need to see where this person is going to fit under. We might tweaking some stuff. I don't know if it's going to fit under support services or under the detectives division with the coalition, but I'll explain that in a minute. Bob, you can go to the next. So for wages, we have a very, very new police department, and they have a lot of people on steps. So we do have a little bit more of an increase in wages. We're budgeted for 46 sworn officers. We're currently staffed at 45. I do have 2 officers retiring in early of 2021. We lucked out. We had 1 police officer that is coming from another agency that is already academy trained, and we're going to be able to get that person on the road right away. And we're going to be hiring we hired 2 new officers that are going to be going to the academy in January of 2021. They should be graduating in July of 2021, and then they go through their field training. So that should be counted towards staffing in September. And we actually started the hiring process back in September. It takes us about a year to hire. We actually lucked out. We're sending them to the MBTA Academy in Quincy, and the academy is usually 50 people in a class. Because of COVID, they had to drop down to 25. And we're actually lucky to secure 2 spots early on. So academy is getting harder and harder to find due to the fact of cutting them all in half. The request I'm making is to add an additional sergeant position to serve as the new civil rights officer. Part of the mandates that Governor Baker put out was to have a civil rights officer in the department. Initially, when we had Detective Halloran do this, we thought it was more just reporting to a state system. Now that we finally got her into the training, that position has become far more involved than we thought it was. And it's going to have a lot more of a position with reporting, going through logs, working with town officials, education, training. And we feel that position should be more of a supervisory role. And so I'm asking for, again, a sergeant to be made, but we're not replacing the patrol officer with it. I've looked at the staffing and I can do this. But like in this position with the new legislation coming out, I honestly don't know if this position is going to have more and more added to it or not. And I just feel that this is a position that should be more of a supervisory function than a patrol officer's or a detective's function. Dispatch, we had one new officer. We had, one new dispatcher. We had one leaving for, left us for a federal agency. And that person's been hired and they're in the training now. And we also hired one of our dispatchers as a police officer. So she'll be leaving for the academy in January. So we need to hire a second dispatcher in January. So we'll have 2 new dispatchers on there. We do have 3 administrative assistants. One is the Chief Burns mentioned earlier, split between us and the fire department. It gives us some depth on both sides when somebody's out. And for this part of the job, they mostly help us with license of carries and public records requests. We do have a civilian part-time parking enforcement officer, who's also our part-time animal control officer. He's actually been out of work since December of 2019. So the police staff has been picking up dog calls, quarantine notices, and the parking enforcement. So we've been kind of working with that, and we're hopeful to have a decision soon. HR is working on whether we're going to be able to change that position around or we're getting the person back. We do 19, well, as when I did the slide presentation, we had 19 per diem school crossing guards. We've had a few decide that with COVID and the new restrictions, they've decided to leave the job. So I think we're down to 15 crossing guards. So we've been able to backfill some of the busier posts with police officers. The fact that a lot of people with the model the school has, and we've worked closely with Dr. Doherty to make sure he's aware of this. We've been filling the busier posts, but we're kind of lucked out in one respect that there's not a lot of people walking to school much anymore either. And then we have 2 full-time positions for the Reading Coalition, and all the salary lines meet all contractual agreements in direct regarding union compensation and everything else. Bob, you can go to the next slide. Expenses. I've level funded everything in expenses. The only thing I'm asking for is an increase in training. We don't know with the new legislation that's going to be coming out what unfunded mandates are going to be there for training, and I want to have some extra money into the training budget for us. We've actually increased, we were well ahead of the game with increasing some of our training anyway. We've booked a lot of de-escalation trainings for us, exploring more less than lethal options. We've been kind of ahead of the game with that. COVID put a pinch on it where we actually weren't able to get the classes. The classes we had signed up were canceled. But we were able to host a whole bunch of trainings. I know Ian in her last liaison report listed a whole bunch of trainings that we did, really focusing on de-escalation of people coming in and training it. So I'm looking for an increase in training and a slight increase in uniforms and equipment, because I just don't know if some of the training that's going to come out will require any additional equipment, pamphlets, the like. We don't know. So I've asked for a modest increase of just 1.67% towards expenses. And like I said, it's all going to be focused on training because we just don't know what's coming. But even if stuff doesn't come out, we want to be in the forefront and move forward towards continuing to explore more and more de-escalation training, cultural awareness, anything like that. We want to be kind of ahead of the game, just like we've always been with that. Thank you, Bob. And go to the next. Community outreach has changed with COVID, obviously. We're not able to get out there in the community as much as possible. First, the mountain bikes were able to be put out this summer. I wanted to really add a walking beat back into the square with a thriving downtown. Obviously, that's changed. So we've had to kind of re-change our approach to things. We continue to be very active on social media. We're currently over 7,300 followers on Facebook. I added Instagram in last year, and we have currently 1,276 followers on that. And our Twitter account is over 11,000 followers. And we've been trying to be very active on there. We try to do post events that are going on. If there's significant road closures for accidents, we do try to post on there, letting people know what details are, stuff that's going on, and keep the community informed. Obviously, COVID's impacted our ability to get out there, but we have done over 150 birthday drive-by parades, and we're still continuing to do them. People seem to really enjoy us having the police car lead a parade as we drive by and honk and wave to everybody, and we're continuing to get a lot of requests for those still. And we, as you know, we helped with the high school graduation, very successful that in the spring, worked with the school, the town, and a very successful high school graduation parade that went off very well earlier in the year. Austin's also participated in the mass distributions, the library book drop-off, and we have been assisting in the chicken pie handout at the senior center where they had chicken pies handed out one day, and I know participated in the event that Jean mentioned today, Gene Delius mentioned about the tree and everything. We did participate, helped out with traffic at that. And we did do some special police patches that were purchased through our donations account and to help raise awareness and raise money for local charities. And to date, our autism patch has raised over $1,300. The breast cancer awareness patch raised $890. The domestic violence patch raised $480, and a camouflage patch raised $720 for home base. These are all local charities that have done a lot in this area. Again, these numbers are about a few weeks old. I know there's been a significant increase, but it's little things like this. We're trying to go out, create awareness for issues that are going on, help local charities, and then kind of just really reach out to the community. Bob, you can go to the next. The patrol division, as you know, that's our, I would call it the face of the police departments. They're the ones that are out there every single day. We have remained open nonstop since COVID has hit. We did modify, we asked people in the lobby, if you didn't have an emergency that didn't require you to come face to face with the police officer, we were trying to take a lot of phone reports and kind of shift it over to a phone report basis. But again, we probably saw about half of that happen. We still have people coming in and we're still responding to car crashes. We're still responding to domestic disturbances, missing people, welfare checks, suspicious cars, suspicious people. And I'll show you some slides in a little bit. Larcenies and fraud have gone up. So we're responding to a lot of that. But the patrol division is separated into two divisions, a night shift and a day shift. And they've been still very active, still out there. And we have modified, we have limited the amount of traffic stops we're making. We're trying to be more visible and trying to look for more egregious type offenses. Again, trying to limit contact with the officers and limit contact with the public. But they've been out there and they respond to all the calls for service out there. And they're the front lines. They're the ones that are really out there every single day doing the job. And like I said, they're the face of the agency. Bob, you can go to the next one. And just talks a little bit about what they do. I'm not going to go into too much with everybody, but everybody sees them out there. They take the basic reports. They routinely handle calls, alarm calls, and everything. Well, I can go on the next one. So COVID has shifted our calls for service and changed some numbers. Some numbers have dropped significantly. For example, motor vehicle stops and tickets are down because we're looking for more egregious offenses. Arrests are down as well. We're trying to take a more summons approach if we can and summons people into court. That way we're not having because we had it early on where two of my officers got COVID from a detainee, a prisoner that we had. And we're trying to avoid getting in there. Obviously the offense of something violent or something the person has to be taken into custody, we are, but we're looking more for the summons are out. And perfect example, alarm calls are down. People are home more, businesses are closed more, so alarm calls are not coming in as much anymore. And motor vehicle crashes are down, but there's also less traffic on the road. So kind of all corresponds. The stats I'm going to show you in the next couple of slides just represent the small number of what we keep, but I was just trying to point out some areas that have changed for us. We're seeing dramatic calls. All the stats I'm going to show you were run up until 12/7, and they're comparing against previous full years. We still have a month to go, and I'm sure some of them are going to go up. Bob, you can go to the next one. So calls for service are down a little bit. Like I said, we still have a month to go, so we'll probably be well over the 20,000 mark for calls for service. But it's down a little bit, as Chief Burns has said. There was, when everything went into lockdown first in the spring, it was quiet. I mean, we were really quiet out there. There wasn't a lot going on. As a result of calls for service being down, the log entries by dispatch are down as well. If you don't have as many calls for service, the log entries go down. Next page. So Mark, I know you asked a question about mental health related calls. So we lump them in more that the fire department does. And not every call we go to involves the fire departments. So some of us, like if we have somebody that's seeking advice, parent calls, the kid's having severe depression or upset about having issues at home or whatever, we might respond. It doesn't negate, it doesn't mean that a fire department is going to respond to that. We follow up, we get them the service they need. A little bit later, Sammy and Erica with me, they're going to explain the CIT program and some of how that works, but that's where the follow-ups were. But if you can see, there's been a dramatic increase in mental health related calls for us. There's also been a significant increase in larceny. Larceny has gone up. We're starting to see more of it. I don't know if you saw, we're going to put out a Facebook reminder for everybody to lock their car doors. Please lock your doors in your cars. We are starting to see an increase in that. And fraud, credit card fraud is going through the roof. As you can see, it's skyrocketed. And we're dealing with a lot of calls daily about the unemployment, people filing false unemployment claims. We don't investigate all of it. We investigate it if money's taken. We're working with the federal agencies and local agencies with that. But you can see we're still taking an initial report that comes in, but you can see a dramatic rise in the fraud, credit card theft, ID, all others. Section 12 is something police officers can do. It's a mental health evaluation. The common myth is we can commit somebody for 3 days. No, police officers cannot do that. Section 12 is a tool we have that if we think somebody needs to go into the hospital for an evaluation, we can force them to go via the ambulance. We can sign it. It's a document we can fill out. It's called the Section 12, and the person goes to the hospital for an evaluation. If the staff at the hospital feels that it's valid and need to continue, they're the ones that can commit them for 3 days or more. But that's just how many we have filled out. We have filled out 23 this year to get people to the hospital to get the help that they need. And the chief mentioned welfare persons checked, that goes up to 300. Most times it's a police officer and a fire engine or the ambulance going, but not every single one. Sometimes we stumble across them for different reasons. So it's not always a police and a fire call, but most times they are. Next slide. Domestic disturbances are up from last year. Thankfully, they're down from 2018. 2018 was probably one of the highest years we had, but domestic disturbances are up. Domestic assistance is up. Now, the difference between a domestic disturbance and a domestic assistance is a domestic disturbance is an actual fight, an argument, two people arguing, two people fighting. Domestic assistance is when anybody comes in seeking advice, issues with a child custody exchange, a family member that might be on drugs or alcohol they're looking for assistance on, a child that's suffering. So it's anything that involves a family, but they're looking for assistance. And that call can either last 10 minutes or it can be with the person for 3 or 4 hours. But domestic assistance, helping families out, helping people out has gotten a large number of ours. 51As filed for neglect or abuse. Most times they come hand in hand with a domestic disturbance, a fight that we're at. That's on the rise. And we've also seen a rise in restraining order violations. And we're starting to see a little bit more of those coming up. Detectives Division, as you know, they're the ones that follow up on most of the investigations. The school resource officers and the coalition fall under them. They do keep our sexual offender registry. They deal with narcotics. We have people that are on a regional task force that are dealing with drugs and narcotics in different areas. And we have a detective assigned the prosecutor's role, handles all court matters, is going over court. Court has got quite interesting for us. We do virtual arraignments now. Sometimes where we're doing it from the police station, we're arraigning the person from the police station, but we have to wait our turn now to get in. So sometimes if we have an arrest, instead of bringing them over to court at 8 in the morning, sometimes they handle 2 or 3 in the afternoon until we can get them arraigned because they're only taking a very limited amount of people and they just started doing trials again. So a lot's backed up at court, but we're working through it, working with everybody. And it's, we're there, we're still serving the community. There's been no change to that. We just had to modify how we do things. Well, I can go to the next. And again, they handle all evidence, crimes, follow up. And our, we had to do somebody on a federal task force. And we have people that are on NEMLEC detective groups, State Fusion Center, which is our intelligence organization, and the district attorney sexual assault units. And we meet with all them regularly. We still have Zoom meetings with all them. And the Detective Division is the liaison for the police department. The school resource officers fall under them. They're in the schools. They're out there still going to the schools, walking around, still trying to interact with the kids, the teachers as much as possible. And the RX program, they're responsible for that. The prescription roundups program has stopped. And the reason for that is the company that picks up the medications, where we bring the medications to, isn't taking them in anymore. So we did have to stop taking collections in for medications. The Sharps container for needles, for syringes, for people that are diabetic and need medicine, that is still open. We're still collecting those and emptying those. But the medication RX Roundup program, we had to stop just because of the fact that we couldn't, the person's not taking, the company's not taking them in anymore. Erica McNamara, I'm going to put her on the spot in a little while. She'll talk to you about some other options we've had for that. If there's something specific kind of medicine that we needed to get rid of, she does have some kits or some other stuff she'll be happy to talk about. But like I said, we've had to make some changes and adjustments there. Bob, next slide. You're going to see that detective investigations are down. It's not so much they're down. We're actually looking at just keeping them differently. For example, the phishing incidents where people are taking stuff out of the mailboxes, cashing checks. If we had 20 of those, instead of opening up 20 different investigations, we just opened up one investigation and we still looked into it. It just means that it was one investigation instead of 20 separate ones. And same thing with the car breaks. If we have 10 car breaks one night, instead of opening up 10 separate investigations, if it's a loop through a neighborhood and we know they're all connected, we just open up one investigation. So that's why the numbers look so far down. That still takes the same amount of time for us to investigate all those as it would if we opened up 20 or 30. It's just we're trying to keep them all lumped into one and assign 1 or 2 detectives to it instead of having all these different cases open. So it's just a different approach of how we're doing it. So it doesn't mean that the detectives are any less busy by any means. It's just we're trying to keep them together and just make it easier for investigation purposes. Bob, next. So public records requests. In 2018, we had 464. Last year, we had 1,153. Beginning in December, we're at 914 public records requests. So we're on pace to be right around 1,000 mark again this year. That's why that half position between us and the fire department has been crucial for us, because that's one of the primary goals of this person is to take in all the public records requests, find the reports, radio transmissions, phone conversations, redact anything that legally has to be redacted, do a final report, and then she hands it off to the lieutenant detective body will read through it, make sure it's good to go, then get out to the person. We have to do this all within 10 days. So there's a lot of requests going on. That's why this halftime person between the fire chief and I have been crucial. Support services, again, that's our community service officer, our armor and fleet maintenance person, our traffic and safety officer, a lieutenant runs that, Lieutenant Amendola runs that, and we have the halftime person fall under this position because of the public records request and license to carries, and the animal control officer and the park enforcement officer falls under this. They've been very busy. Officer Scouten, the traffic safety officer, still has the crossing guards going to school since school reopened, but he's been the one responsible for the speed trailers. So he's been moving around. We have messages that need to go up around town. Mask Up Reading is one of them. He makes sure that they go out there, puts the messages in. He's been dealing with traffic complaints and parking complaints. He's been very active writing parking tickets and going downtown and doing that. So his job has shifted slightly, but it's still just as busy as before. For license carries, in 2018, we processed 363 license to carry applications. In 2019, we processed 349. As of the beginning of December, we've processed 401 license to carry applications. And this is, again, that admin person between us and the fire department. This is her other part of her main job. And Bob, next slide. Support services. Again, they attend the parking, traffic, transportation task force meetings. I always throw an extra T in somehow, so I don't like to say that. The community service officer has been very busy with follow-ups, working with Elder and Human Services, following up with domestic violence. Even though Respond, our domestic violence advocate, isn't in the police station because of COVID, they still meet with them on a regular basis via Zoom. They're still doing follow-ups, and they're very active in their crisis intervention team, which again, I'll have Sammy or Erica explain that better in a little bit, but they're very busy with all those mental health related calls, and that job has just gotten really, really busy lately, but they're still trying to help out in projects they can. The example, the library book drop off, the Easter parade, the holiday parade, we worked with any group that wanted to do that and help plan all that out, make sure the roads were safe, and we had all the staff that they needed to. So that's all I have for police before I go on to dispatch, which is a separate budget. I just didn't know if anybody wants to take a break there and have any questions specifically about the police before going to dispatch, then the coalition.
Vanessa, go ahead.
Thanks, Dave. I want to thank you for the detailed summary by division, as well as the updated metrics on the types of calls that you receive. You and I had discussed the possibility of adding or the potential benefit of having a psychiatric social worker on staff under the police department. You know, as I see these metrics, it really speaks to me the heavy workload that the department has in dealing with and really helping our residents on issues that are really behavioral in nature. So while I can't speak for the rest of the board, I would prioritize a social worker to be added to the budget to reside under the police department. I think it would be a tremendous value to the community and a help to the department.
Thank you, Vanessa. I agree. It could, as you see the numbers going on, Sammy and Erica have been extremely busy working with Community Service Officer O'Shaughnessy. Yes, any extra we can do to help the community would definitely make an impact, I believe.
And
I just wanted to second that and also to suggest, particularly given Chief Burns' presentation, I wonder if this could be a position that could be, regardless of where what fell structurally, could be shared amongst departments. You know, the fire department, the police department, human and elder services, I would imagine could make use of a psychiatric social worker.
And I 100% agree. Physically where it's housed and who it's under. Honestly, Chief Burns and I in the schools, John Doherty, we get along so well. It's come out of almost, I hate to say the word semantics, but where it falls under, like the coalition falls under us, but they're very busy, very active in the schools. They'd help out the fire department on a drop of a hat if they needed to. So yes, it'd be kind of shared across all town borders, all agencies, all departments, and who it falls under. That's just, like I said, it would be, it kind of makes a little bit more sense for us to house it here, and with working with the coalition. That's kind of how I envision it, but yeah, by no means would it affect any other group's ability not to have those services. They'd have just as much access to services as they do, like the coalition does with the schools.
Great, thank you.
Karen?
Yeah, just a follow-up question. So are we proposing a type of social worker that we currently don't have in the schools today or anywhere else?
This would be somebody to help us with specifically for calls out in the community. And they could work with social workers in the schools. I'd kind of envision them working with everybody because if there's behavior outside the schools, like during the summer or something, they could then meet with the person at the social worker at the schools or guidance at schools, help them out, let them know of behaviors that happened over the summer. They can share whatever they're legally allowed to share. That's quite the way I'd envision it. I'm not sure, Vanessa, if you had something different, but that's kind of the way I would envision it. But it's just an extra resource out there for the community because not just school-aged people, it's adults, younger kids. It's kind of a mix of what's going on out there, and it could be across all family lines too.
Okay, and
Yeah.
Bob, do we not have, so I'm just trying to understand, is this an area where we don't have any social worker resources on the town side right now? I kind of have a hard time imagining that elder services has been getting along this long without a social worker, but.
No, we do have those resources. So it's a question of, you know, as Jean, when she presented her budget, she had to present it in kind of a linear fashion, you know, but we kind of just work together. So it's really a question of how to put all those pieces together most effectively. And when we hired the interim health director, I made a few comments about looking towards the future. I'll cover some of that later tonight, strangely enough, under capital. I do think the police department physically is the right location for things like this, quote unquote, but we have to make space for people. So it's definitely an ongoing discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Let me add, I guess, at least the third voice to that part of the discussion. I think that it is a real need in the community and would be very supportive of having that cross-functional role, but placed into the police department. And the focus being that there are so many calls related to psychological welfare that are going in now. To have that resource literally available, you know, pretty much, I guess, on the spot. I guess they can't be there 24/7, but to have a strong support mechanism in place, I would also be very supportive of that activity.
And Mark, it'd be like you said, that we can't have the person 24/7. And you know, there's mental health related calls don't happen Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. It's part of it would be also the follow-up. I think the biggest help, and Eric and Sammy, please, by all means, feel free to jump in, bail me out. But I think it would be, more of a follow-up that would be needed. And yeah, if they are working, go to calls with us potentially. It's something we'd have to kind of look at the matrix of it, but more of the follow-up was kind of looking for to just assist us with that.
Mark, is it okay to jump in?
Let me ask Vanessa just for 1 second to, she had her hand up with a question, but then please.
Thanks, Mark. I just wanted to clarify, Dave, as far as sort of what I envisioned, I would absolutely defer to you and Greg and Bob and Erica and the folks over in Human Elder Services to, if we were to move forward with this role, to identify, what that position looks like, where it lives. The police just seems like a reasonable place to house it from a budgetary perspective. But the model that you all would choose would have my full support.
Thanks, Vanessa. Erica.
Yes, I was just going to add that we have looked at models that are in some of our surrounding communities, some of the best practice models that are out there with having embedded social workers or psychiatric workers. And so there is some different models that definitely would benefit our community. And some of them involve partnering with an accredited licensed mental health agency. And that's one of the things that the chief and I have talked about, is bringing in someone that also has peer and clinical support for themselves, because working in that role, being the sole person in more of a police paramilitary organization is a little bit different. So we've seen some of our other departments in our surrounding areas, some of the other police departments, try this model and have learned some lessons along the way. So we have some good peer research that we've already done that we can bring forward and share in terms of the different types of models. And some of them have different expenses attached to them. But there's a number of ways to do it to make sure that the position doesn't just do what it needs to do, but also that the person in the position can thrive.
I guess we should have started this discussion asking you folks kind of for your perspective on how this would function. So thank you for chiming in with that. But obviously you guys are a big part of the expertise that the community has, and want to make sure that this would work well together.
Yeah,
Kind
we're
of additive, not different.
Happy to help and support the chief and look at those models and bring more information forward as needed.
And I think, Mark, the coalition, to be honest with you, is a perfect example of how the collaboration between the police department, the coalition, the schools, the town, everything can work under any model. And it doesn't matter physically where it is, but we can all come to we all know something needs to be done. We work towards a solution to get it done.
Super, thanks. Other questions before the chief moves on to dispatch? Marianne.
Thank you. Yes, I'm a little confused about the parking enforcement and what the slides say. The chief had said, and I have it as slide 97 in my overall budget, it said a civilian part-time parking enforcement officer who is also our part-time animal control officer has been out of work since December of 19. But then slide 111 under support services says it's staffed with 4 police officers. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 3 civilians and the parking enforcement officer and animal control. And I guess I was trying to follow, taking notes down when the chief said this person hasn't been working since December of 2019 and they don't know whether he's coming back or whether there's a new rec. Is the position eliminated or is it still going to exist?
If I might just interject, I'd caution too much discussion. This is an HR medical issue, and we really shouldn't be talking about it in open session.
Okay, well,
I think the point is that the police officers have filled in, not the same as having a person do it as a focus, and they've all done the best they can. And Dave and I have had a discussion. We've actually had several discussions with nearby communities about regionalizing animal control, and surprisingly, in the last couple of weeks, a different community actually approached me. So that's a positive sign. So animal control is one of the few things that I could point at as saying we haven't done a particularly good job at compared to what we could do. So that's something that perhaps a regional solution would be helpful for. And, and then we'll kind of see about this, the current employee.
Yeah, I actually was less concerned about the employee than the function getting done, because it seems like the lack of spots impacts our businesses and all of that. And I know that was addressed. I think Jean brought that up separately in her presentation. So I just, So it's right now the function's just being done by other officers filling in.
Yeah, let me tell you a story that I recently told Carlo, and he wasn't really happy at the conclusion, and none of you will be either. Police officers write citations. Some of the citations are paid, some of them are paid happily. You know, what's the difference whether it's a small ticket when you're building a multi-million-dollar project? Some of the tickets are contested. The town brings, you know, is brought to Woburn District Court, who throws us out because they don't want to deal with parking tickets and tells us, frankly, don't come back. We don't ever want to see you again on a parking ticket. So our tools to enforce parking are limited. You know, I was going to work with town council in January to talk about different sliding scales for parking, you know, ticket costs. But you know, you don't want to penalize people who are doing things for the long-term betterment of the town. I have been, as Dave will tell you, I've been the loudest complainer in the town on one of the construction projects on Haven Street. It just drives me crazy. Thankfully, if you will, it's happened during COVID, so its impact on businesses has been less than it would have been. But it's still not right. Unfortunately, we have moral suasion as our strongest tool. And, you know, some people are good with that, some are not so good. And again, it's a cost of doing business for some of the projects just to pay the tickets. You know, if the board has the ability to change the, you know, ticket prices, if you will, is that going to matter? I got to think at some point, you know, $1,000 parking ticket is going to get someone's attention. So we, you know, there's a project in town that it's got its C of O a couple weeks ago, and we really wanted to get the current projects, you know, underway and gone. So this is more of a different philosophical discussion in the longer term. But it's a tough issue. It's not as simple as can't you just write a ticket? Sure we can, and if someone doesn't pay it and the courts don't make you pay it.
Yeah, it probably has to get addressed maybe at CPDC to say, okay, new projects, you have to rent park, you know, you have to account for your parking and rent it somewhere, and you can't use the streets, or like, that probably has to be addressed in some other way other than ticketing. It's just more thinking.
You know what, and Marianne, that's a really good point. And one of the projects under question, not to diverge too much from the topics of budgets, but one of them had absolutely had parking as a requirement during construction. And my only tool is to shut the project down. And that seems extreme. So again, it's a question of figuring out better tools for the toolbox, I think, for the town.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, let's roll on to dispatch, please.
All right, so I'm going to go to dispatch. Arguably the toughest job in town. I know I couldn't do it. I won't speak to Chief Burns, but I'm pretty sure he couldn't do it either. No offense, Greg. It's definitely the toughest job in town. Bob, can you share the screen? Thank you. So as you know, dispatch is located inside the police department, but it functions both the police and fire. Again, it's just housed here. They do handle 911. They dispatch all police officers out, all firefighters out, and they do perform what's called emergency medical dispatch, where it's a program we use where when a medical call comes in, one dispatcher is dispatching out the fire departments, and then they're asking the person all these questions to give the fire department as much information as possible, and/or tell them how to perform first aid, CPR, whatever, over the phone. It's a very intense job. This job has changed dramatically in the 26 years I've been on this job. It just seems to be getting harder and harder. So what I am asking for is for the overall budget's actually only going to increase 0.66%. And we're staffed with 11 people in there. Wages are only going to go up 0.45%. Thankfully, the town manager has acknowledged, known and was able to help out that dispatch was underpaid for their job. And over the past couple of contracts has really kind of made it more marketable, and we're actually getting more people applying now. The amount of resumes come in when a job opens up has increased tremendously before in the past. And we do have dispatchers now to staying longer. It's not a revolving door like it used to be. And now, so we don't have as many people on steps in dispatch. We're having people stay longer, so we have less steps currently that they're working through. I did take one of our dispatchers become a new police officer, so we do have to hire for her. But overall, we're pretty much stabilized in there. So for wages, we're only going up 0.45%. And like I said, we have 10 dispatchers in there and one head dispatcher who manages CGIS and the $50,000 grant we get from 911. We have gotten this grant every year. It's not guaranteed, but every year we've been able to use that to subsidize part of our dispatcher's budget. Again, any of the salary lines deal with union negotiations, compensations, and COLA adjustments. And each year, this field becomes more complex due to technology changes and requirements in there. Bob, can you go to the next slide? So expenses, I'm asking for a 4.17% change. I know it sounds like a big jump, but when a small budget is not. What I'm asking for is increase in training. The demands on dispatch has continued to increase, and we've been trying to offer them more and more training, and there's been a fantastic amount of training classes coming out for dispatches about dealing with domestic violence related calls and mental health related calls. And they become vital for us. Gaining the information and giving it to the police or fire prior to getting to the call so we know what we're walking into has become crucial. And they're the front lines in this. As I said, that the police officers are the face of the police department, dispatch is the voice of the police departments. And their training has become more increased. And we just want to I just want to be able to offer them any better training. And I don't know as a result of the legislation for police training as well, if some of it might roll into dispatch. So what I'm asking for is a modest increase in training, and then also potentially for maybe some equipment, because I don't know if anything's going to change. If we need to add extra equipment into dispatch, we don't know. So that's why I'm asking for a slight increase there. So that's actually all I had for dispatch. So not a lot there. So before I jump into the coalition, Mark, does anybody have any specific questions about dispatch?
Any questions, folks? Karen, is that your hand? Yep. Oh, you're muted. There you go.
Sorry, I should have said it earlier. Just a comment that I am really pleased to see so much emphasis on training and, keeping up with all of the new challenges that have come upon you folks this year. So thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Other comments? Off to the coalition.
Okay. So I invited Simi and Erica here because I'm just going to be honest with you. I can read the slide. I can try to explain things to you. I'm not going to do it justice the way Simi and Erica can. So I'm going to attempt to make it, to tell you everything they do. I just know I'm not going to hit it. So I'm going to ask them to jump in at any time. You're going to see some big increases in coalition. This is the biggest increases we're asking is for the coalition right now. And it's a total of 16.69% from the year before. Very small in wages. Expenses are going to go up. Yes, it's not a typo, 229.47%. I'm going to have them explain why and the need for it. As you know, the coalition was grant funded through the fall of 2019 and then came over to the police department budget when the town agreed that there was a need and carried them over and budgeted them for us. There's been 3 areas, the biggest increases. One is the Texas TIP program. And the packet has a typo in there. I have since 2001. It's actually since 2011. I fixed it here, but there's a typo in the packet. The cost, we have to renew it. It's good for 3 years, Erica?
2 years.
2 years, sorry, 2 years. And the cost is now going to be $2,800. Something was not budgeted for before, is always under the grants. And Texas TIP allows us to get anonymous texts in. The detectives are very happy with the program. We've actually got some actionable work off of that, meaning they've got a tip that's led to potentially an investigation or an arrest. It's a great way for people to communicate anonymously, don't have to get themselves known. There's no way we can find out who they are, but it's been a valuable service to the departments. And Erica in a little bit will tell you if there's anything more that's helped out with the coalition. Apricot is the next thing. Again, sorry for the typo. Bob is actually one that found this one. It's not $45,000, it's $4,500. So the packet, I think, yes, thanks, Mark. I know you just grabbed your heart. Apricot is a cloud-based software that allows the coalition staff to track all staff activity, including meetings, events, activities, programs, services, case management, and volunteer involvement in one system. For example, the outreach coordinator through crisis intervention team program completed and tracked 219 follow-ups. In Apricot, those persons are integrated with the police department due to mental health or substance misuse. The CIT program seeks to reach those during a moment of calm to offer additional support, or after call for police service. Now, this is something the software would also be very valuable if we did get a social worker, a mental health counselor in, whatever we get in. This program could help them with the follow-ups, help manage everything, work with Elder and Human Services, work with the school, anything we need to. This program would be good. It's a newer program, and the cost of the program is $4,500, and everything is documented confidentially. So there is no, outside of that group, there's no sharing of the information. And the last slide for the coalition talks about interface referral services. It provides a helpline service to Reading residents and students for resource and referrals during business hours. The service matches residents in need with a licensed mental health provider. William James College, who provides interface, was evaluated by an outside agency consultant, and their prices have gone up. The cost of the services was $12,000. We had a budget for $6,000. We're paying the other $6,000 out of the donations account. But due to the fact, restrictions on us not being able to go after donations, the staff couldn't go out and ask for donations. We think this is completely unsustainable for us to do this. The new cost is going from $12,000 up to $20,000, okay, for the new contract. And over average of 90 residents have used this service. And as I spoke about before, the RX Roundup was suspended, not because of us, we didn't want to, but we just can't have the company won't come in to pick up the medications. We can't bring them up to them to destroy. So I'm gonna ask Erica or Sammy to step in and please fill in any of the blanks or anything they felt that's important to describe to you and or answer questions.
Sure. So I'll just start with interface because that was the most recent that you mentioned. So the contract did go up significantly. We were told by William James College that they had hired an outside consultant, and at the same time as having an outside consultant look at their pricing model, they also had an increase in demand for their services by other communities of 300%. So their demand has gone up quite a bit, and they've expanded and trained more referral counselors, but the amount of work that they're doing has increased significantly. There's about average 90 residents a year that use the service. Since we've had the service, there's been over 300 residents that have benefited from getting matched with a mental health provider. The benefit of having interface is really significant for Sammy and I when we do follow up with a family or an individual, to give someone a neutral referral resource where they can talk with an experienced intake counselor to get assistance, not just with finding a counselor, but finding someone who has the ability to take their insurance, is in a location that the person can get to, has the specialty that they're looking for, and has open appointments. Typically, when people just go by an insurance list or a resource list, they may call 12 places before they find an open appointment. And sometimes they find out after making the appointment that their insurance isn't covered at that particular agency. So it can be really frustrating. And when people are looking for mental health services, the last thing we want them to do is spend hours and hours on phone calls and end up in tears, when we can make that process a little bit more useful and get them to services quicker. About 10% of our interface calls have been repeat callers, so families that have used the service, benefited from it, and called back again for another family member. So I think that also shows that it's had benefit in our community. It's used by our entire school system and Austin Prep, as well as for all ages. But it's definitely been a huge benefit for our school system. We also have brought on Apricot in the last year. That's our cloud-based software. This is a program that previously we had a coalition tracking system that was funded by the grant and was run by the federal government. When the grant went away, all of our data and the system went away. So we looked for another solution to be able to track our work, and Social Solutions, which provides the Apricot product, works with a lot of agencies like ours and nonprofits across the country to offer a confidential HIPAA compliant way to track information. And it also reflects the amount of planning and work that we do collaboratively. So we've been able to use the service, and for Sammy, it's particularly useful for the CIT, the Crisis Intervention Team Program. And then our text-to-tip program we've had for a number of years. It's of great benefit to our police officers. One of the reasons we started text-to-tip through the coalition was to make sure if people had drug-related tips, especially things that may be happening on a more frequent basis, or you might see a couple things happen that look a little bit out of the ordinary, but it's not a 911 call. Text-to-tip is a great way to communicate that information, and then detectives can exchange back with the tipster to gather more details. But we get tips for all kinds of different reasons, and they've turned into actual investigations, as the chief mentioned. So I'm happy to answer questions. We recognize that this is a significant increase, but we feel that these are important services to continue, and the Apricot for us is a way for us to continue to track and manage our work in an effective way, and also be able to show our work back to the community in terms of how we spend our time and the benefit that we can offer.
And Mark, as you saw, sorry, I'm not, the only thing I'm really asking for additions is training to help us help the community, and I'm focusing more on the coalition because of its need. And that's what I really want the focus to be on. Sorry.
Awesome. Thanks. No, thanks. And so Erica and Sammy, I think you guys are a real asset to the community in terms of the work that you're doing. I find myself very supportive of kind of all you're asking for here. The one question, I know that the RX Roundup service is not functioning, but it's great to get those drugs out of the house.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I can tell you from personal experience, when a family member or somebody passes away, there's an amazing amount of drugs that are there, and it needs to go somewhere appropriate. And I know, I thought that certain large drugstore companies sometimes will get involved that way. And I think that they do in other locations. I'm wondering if that's possible here, or very worst case, just to have a solution other than, I think there's the bag and the crunch, and there are all sorts of solutions that I know more about than I'd like to. But if there's a way to find an organization in the community, you know, through Walgreens or CVS or whomever, that would engage and help us, that would be great. I think it's great to get that stuff out safely.
So one of the things we can offer the community is the state has the MedRx mail-in program. So anyone can go on the state website and request a box and then mail in the drugs. Those are narcotic drugs that they're able to mail back in. One of the challenges, and this is specific to COVID, the reason why we can't do disposal at this point with Covanta, who's our company that does incineration for our drugs, they are not accepting people into the facility. And when you do an RX Roundup program that's under the DEA waiver, the Drug Enforcement Administration, it has to be what's called witness destruction. So the destruction has to be witnessed by a police officer, by a Reading police officer. So we can't, there are companies that would take the drugs, right? But there's not, we do not have another way to stay within our waiver and do it the way that we are set up to do it. So Covanta said that to check back in after the holidays. They're hoping to have their COVID protocols in place to perhaps open back up again, but we're just kind of waiting on that because it's COVID specific. But we do offer packets and other alternatives. If anyone reaches out to me or Samly, we can mail them packets and also help them get the mail order information from the state. Some of the local pharmacies will take things back through mail-in boxes, but there's no other drop-offs. And again, it's the problem of the actual incineration of the materials. And that's the challenge right now. But if anyone has questions or worries about holding things or having things in their home, reach out to us. We're happy to walk through a plan to help make sure that they're not worrying about it. We'll come up with a strategy.
Thank you.
And Mark, we have been pursuing this, actively trying to find other things. So we just haven't found anything yet. Erica knows, Detective Halloran, who generally does it, knows. We've been trying to come up with another solution. We just haven't found it yet. Doesn't mean we're going to stop looking, though.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Other questions? Ann.
So in looking at the two different softwares, there's the text-to-tip and Apricot. I noticed that with text-to-tip, that can result in investigations, and then Apricot is a confidential tracking system. So it made me curious about if people reach out to the coalition, is there any like duty of confidentiality between you and a resident who reaches out to you, or if it rose to a certain level, would that end up resulting in a police investigation on one? Is it depending on which avenue someone
Right.
reached out? Like, was it through text to tip or through something else?
If it's through text to tip, they're always getting responses from a police officer. So as police officers have duty to file investigations or reports based on information that they receive. So they would follow their protocols. If someone reaches out to us and requests help and it's documented in the Apricot system, it's confidential and it's separate from the police system of tracking information, we would not disclose anything to police about a call for assistance that was coming into us, as long as it was non-emergency. And we have those all the time, and we have for the last 12 years worked with many people confidentially. That never crosses over into police work, quote unquote. But with that, we are mandated reporters. So if Sammy or I witness something that is abuse or neglect, or are working with a family, we would have the duty to file, and that would sometimes involve triggering a call. The other aspect would be people who have suicidal ideation. We would have a duty to call for a higher level of support or make sure that that person gets the level of care that they need. But typically we're dealing with non-crisis outpatient follow-up type of situations. When Sammy is reaching out as a crisis intervention team follow-up, she's reaching out after they've been connected to sometimes they've been in the hospital, or they're ready for their discharge plan. And so Sammy's checking in when a person has already received emergency assistance. She's just checking to see what's the next step and how can we be of service. So sometimes it's in collaboration with the police call or investigation. Sometimes it's completely separate and has nothing to do with the other. But we always disclose to people we work with what those parameters are.
Sure.
And when Sammy's working with a student, she always discloses, what her parameters are around what she can hold and what she cannot, which is just basic best practice when working with young people and children.
That makes more sense.
And if I could add as well, one of the things that's been really, really essential with Apricot as far as the crisis intervention team goes, as Erica was explaining, is the ability to track who we have reached out to and what services we offered them. So this has enabled me to have a very comprehensive way to make a note of, what an incident was that somebody was involved in and what resources we provided, so that we're able to keep a more comprehensive list of what services we've already tried with people, if we need to try something else. And then also lets us have some really good data about what we're seeing in the community. So it's really a case management software versus a way that we're receiving information from people, where text to tip people are submitting information. Apricot really is used internally to help us manage some of this data.
So is text to tip not, I take it it's not strictly a Reading Coalition tool. It is a Reading Police Department tool.
It's a Reading Police Department tool. The reason the coalition had it in our budget is it's considered best practice to have an anonymous text-to-tip system if you have a substance abuse prevention program in your community, to try to make sure that residents have a safe way to share potential drug-related information. So the text-to-tip program is run by a company called Citizen Observer, and people have text-to-tip programs run by Citizen Observer all over the country. Boston Police has one, many of our surrounding departments, they all have the same text-to-tip program through Citizen Observer. Our subscription is for Reading Police. We have a specific keyword, and they do all of the encryption so that a person can remain anonymous. We don't have that capacity within our system to encrypt the exchange of information. So it's just really an extra safety check for the person, the resident, or the person sharing information, to know they can be anonymous.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Other questions? All right. Thank you, folks. Are we on to capital? You're muted, Bob.
Yeah, as I find the capital, I just want to take a moment. And every year I learn things when I sit through this. It's one of the few times during the year I can actually step back and listen. And it's really nice to do that. The thing that's hardest to capture, you don't capture it with an org chart, with a budget, with a website, is how the group of folks here work. You know, you heard a few comments about that. I'm going to share a couple comments I heard today that kind of speak to this, which I thought were interesting. And I'm probably violating confidences, but too bad. One was a union rep who works with many cities and towns, and he works with some of our unions. And, you know, we had a meeting today, and he concluded by saying, this town is so well managed. You've done a perfect job dealing with COVID. You've protected the employees. I'm just kind of discouraged. I have nothing to complain about. So it's really nice to hear. And he said, you're the only community I deal with that I don't have problems with. So that's a really powerful statement coming from someone, you know, that deals with outside. And the other was a contractor who works with less communities, but he works in complex capital projects that often involve several departments, including the school department. And he said there's 3 communities in the state that you belong in as the most efficient and the most well-connected to each other. It's a pleasure to work in your community because you get the job done and I don't have to, you know, find people and introduce them, you know, myself to them. So, you know, it's, again, it's an intangible, but I really appreciate what all the department heads, and you'll notice that Superintendent Doherty is still on the call, and Gail Dowd. It's really a remarkable group of people that among all the things they do well, they work together very well. And that certainly has helped during the last 9 months, but it helps every day. There's no good measures of how efficient and effective municipal governments are. The school department has lots of data. We just don't have it. I'd always be fascinated to see how we'd be measured. But I just know, you know, it's a measure of peer pressure and pride that make me come back to work every day when some days are pretty discouraging and pretty difficult. Because I know that the team is just so good. And I really want to just publicly acknowledge them and thank them. And that absolutely includes the school department. John and Gail, thank you for your partnership. With that, I'm going to shift to capital.
Actually, can I ask you for a quick break before that? I've received a request. I've received 2 requests, but one request was for a quick break before we move on to capital. And the other was to just to kind of say also, I think that, you know, each year the presentations that everyone is making change and frankly improve. And I think we're able to learn more each year about what's going on. Maybe it's some of us are getting older and learning more about it too, but I think it's very helpful, and it's great that we're able to go through it and to ask questions and to hear about the discussions of things happening across groups. Tonight, we actually talked about a couple of new ideas, and I think they were, you know, it was a good discussion about where they are, and then obviously you'll have to see what you can do in terms of budget priorities. But that's a really good thing. And, you know, someone said it really on in the meeting. I think we were on TV then, but somebody said, you know, it's COVID. So you've got all this stuff going on and you've got COVID. And, you know, I think we're doing a very good job of managing what we need to do here, keeping the priorities in mind, feeling free to have discussions when we need to have discussions. And I think that's very admirable. So I don't want to hold people up from the break that they asked for. Can we come back at 10 o'clock? So we will recess just briefly, about 5 minutes till 10 o'clock, and then come back. company.
Oh, I haven't heard of that.
They make athleisure wear. I think mostly women's, but it's athleisure wear. And I guess their stock is through the roof and the demand is through the roof because it's comfortable clothing to wear, as opposed to having to, get dressed up formally and things. So all the places that we should have invested.
Yeah, I think that plus, remote is permanent. Maybe not as much as it is during a pandemic, but, I remember when I used to commute 4 3/4 hours a day to Wall Street from Connecticut in a suit. And I think, what kind of a way was that for a human being to act? It's just strange, but everybody did it. I was in a can of sardines. Everyone looked the same. I think that the younger generation is smarter than that.
So Bob,
Hopefully we're getting smarter too.
so Bob, I understand, and I'll take the razor to it. I think I get the point what you're saying. I get it. And I have my Lululemon leisure pants on, so you won't be able to tell.
And I had a tie all ready to go, but I was too cold. That's Joe Huggins' fault. So I had to put this on. I'm at my desk.
Let's see. So Karen, Vanessa, are you guys back? Thanks, Karen. Vanessa?
Yes, I'm back.
Great, thanks. I will call the select board back into order and hand it back to you, Bob, to talk capital.
Thank you. To start the discussion of capital, which won't take too long, I'm actually going to start with debt service. And really, that's just a larger, more involved capital project. What you see in front of you is changes since November town meeting. And those are highlighted by yellow. And this is based on our discussions during the fall with FinCom. So, they encouraged us to put a little more funding in towards, towards capital. And, we'd use a little more free cash. So I have at least a draft proposal, which I'll get back to. We had $6 million of roof projects generically listed for the schools, and we've broken that into the 3 specific projects. And after discussions with John, Gail, Joe, and Kevin, clearly to them, Parker Middle School roof was the priority. And as it was in such shape that needed to be a priority, it also needed more extensive repairs. So that number has been increased by over $1 million and advanced 2 years. So this would be debt service in the year 2023. So it's not a 2020 expense, although I'll circle back to that thought in the capital plan. And then these other 2 projects are just listed separately rather than lumped together. And then the high school turf, stadium turf field was another priority. And that was of the list, which I'll also show you, of several projects that were not funded in the capital plan. So this one is being added into the capital plan. So you can see that not for this year's budget, and again, I'll come back to that, but for the next several years, these 2 debt authorizations, would take a good chunk of spending. While I'm here on debt, I want to talk about just quickly 2 other large-scale capital projects. This is the, if you will, performance contracting phase 2. Phase 1 was done several years ago, sold as 15-year debt, which is almost paid off. We have another draft, and again, I'll circle back to this in capital, of spending $4.5 million and also borrowing it for 15 years. And the 4th and final one that's immediate, you see 1, 2, 3, 4th. I've mentioned to the board in the past economic development, sort of a phase 2 for the downtown area. That is the least well-developed from a thinking standpoint. From a public outreach standpoint, COVID has certainly set back any outreach, any real outreach effort we could do with the public. As an aside, sometime during COVID, we actually got the state to put $5 million towards this purpose in a bond bill. So that may or may not ever happen, but it was certainly appreciated. we still retain $2 million in our capital plan shown as debt. We had identified a possible $7 million worth of improvements. And again, clearly that's in a very early stage with a lot of discussion needed. The only slight concern I have about that is that you saw at November town meeting, water, sewer, and stormwater each had downtown projects approved to borrow. So when those are done in the next couple of years, the roads will need to be repaved. And the funding for that is in the enterprise funds, but we don't really want to go ahead and repave the roads if we had some idea that they should change. You know, maybe a curb would change here and so forth. So it's the interplay of this plus the enterprise funds that is important. Otherwise, work above ground, you know, especially during COVID, could just be postponed indefinitely. But I've chosen not to do that yet. So now I'm going to return to the capital plan and have a little bit of a further discussion. But this performance contracting part 2, the Parker roof, the stadium turf, and this economic development part 2 are all debt authorizations that I would pencil in for November of 2021 town meeting with a budget impact the following year. Here is the capital plan. I'll start off by noting that these are additional funds above and beyond FinCom's 5% that have been built into this. I just showed you the 2 new projects that cause that. I also note that it's a little out of balance because I just got another request yesterday that I'll have to juggle. But this does assume that the funding goes up to 5.5%, just as a, you know, as a guess. And certainly it's a discussion I'm happy to have with FinCom going forward. So roughly $500,000, a little more than $500,000 additional free cash, 5.5% instead of 5%, and off we go. Of the not funded projects, again, only the stadium turf was moved into the capital plan, if you will. Some capital plans, many actually require some initial seed money. So the stadium project, while not listed as November 21 debt authorization and no funding next year for the debt, there is a requirement to do some initial work and hire someone to do design work, just like we did on Turf 2. So there'll be some initial seed money for the stadium owner's project manager and design work, and the same with Parker Roof. And those are our best guesses at $250,000 each. We'll get both of those projects rolling.
Excuse me, Bob, I'm not sure your slide changed. I think we're still looking at the very first slide where you talked about the separating the roof projects and.
Really? Okay, I'll take a different shot at it and see. Does that look different?
Yes, thank you.
Excellent. Sorry about that. Here's the additional funding above and beyond the 5%, roughly $500,000 a year for the next 3 years. Here you see it's 5.5% roughly. Stadium turf got moved into the capital plan. And then this is the seed money for stadium turf, $250,000 of capital cash, if you will, for next budget year. The same for Parker Roof. Both of those will then line up the projects to be ready to go at November town meeting. And in the terms of sort of the schedule and construction from discussions with the schools, if this goes according to plan, the stadium would be taken offline the spring of 2022 and the summer of 2022. So there's lots of time to plan and should be ready for the fall of 2022. So that's 1.5 years from now. For Parker, you wouldn't need the spring construction season for that, but you would need the summer. So the summer of 2022 is when this big roof project would be scheduled. The other 2 projects for roofing that we've broken out, we've also just listed some initial seed money again to get the projects designed. Here's something that you haven't seen except by words before. I mentioned it a couple of weeks ago in a memo. And this is you know, perhaps to take on additional civilian staff in the police department. There is there's an area in the police station that is not finished. It's called expansion space. It's pretty rough. We've kicked around different ideas over time for how we might use that or how we might need that. And I still don't have the definitive solution because there's 2 or 3 options. But I would like to ask for money, and 150,000 seems like a good estimate to do some design work at the police station in order to add additional non-officer employees to the building. And again, that can be in at least 2 different kinds of locations that I can think of. The trick with this is you'll remember the building security project, and the dispatch renovations are going out to bid this winter. And I believe, Chief, if you can correct me, I think dispatch work was thought to be scheduled in August or September next summer. So any work in the police station would have to be very sensitive to the relocation of dispatchers and what's going on in the building. So I still think it can work in the next fiscal year, but certainly not at the beginning of the next fiscal year. And again, we'll have some ideas, we'll have some layouts, and I've put in a debt question mark with an unknown cost. It's my hope, and I think it's my expectation, that most of that we can do internally with facility staff. We have very talented staff, as you heard Joe mention earlier. Some of the PPE and protective equipment they built was probably 1/4 of the cost of what it would have been in the open market. I think they can do a lot of work. They do tend to do a lot of work in schools and renovate classrooms and rebuild things. So we'll see. But the staffing discussion is aside from this, but at least this then prepares the building, because there is no room at Town Hall. There is no room at the fire station. So even if there was a better philosophical place for more staff, as a practical matter, the police station's kind of it. We removed a generator from Town Hall from the capital plan. This was for the use by public health. We had a interesting series of refrigerators, including one at Gene Delios's house that was used for emergency medical supplies. And when we had a power failure, it was almost like clowns at a circus, where people would rush in, get the stuff out of the refrigerator at Town Hall that didn't have a generator and move it to one of their houses, which is certainly not even close to a best practice, but it kept things safe. So a couple of years ago, we worked with facilities, got an estimated cost for a generator, and finally realized, especially with COVID, that this was crazy. We had a police department that was 24/7, that was secure. And so we worked with Dave, and we found a space in the department to add a refrigerator that will solve health's needs. And they are already on a generator. That refrigerator is now on a generator, problem solved. What we have not really accounted for or accommodated is if we have to store virus vaccinations. You probably watch the news, and depending on which vendor you go with, one is very complex and requires temperatures we could not possibly provide with any kind of equipment we could have. But the Moderna one is much simpler, smaller groups of the vaccine and much more easily attainable temperatures. So we're not sure yet what Reading's responsibility is going to be in that regard. So we'll have to just kind of keep open-minded. But this is not meant to provide that. An item that just came in a couple days ago was there's something called Mass GIS. And our GIS coordinator has for years attempted to get them to do a flyover that could be, the cost could be shared by a lot of municipalities, and it's just never worked. And all of a sudden it worked. Maybe the pandemic helped. But Mass GIS is now willing to foot the bill for a flyover and then later share all the data with the cities and towns. So instead of this being a multi-$100,000 cost, our cost would only necessarily be $60,000. So this is still a work in progress, but I've added it in 2 years in the capital plan. I know that RMLD has money in their budget for each community for downtown or charging stations. We have not yet been able to meet with them. We had one planned in December, and it's just difficult to coordinate with different illnesses and whatnot. But I just wanted to add something generic to the capital plan for now, and it's probably going to be developed through the spring with some thinking. And just put a small amount of money aside for what I've listed as downtown energy efficient projects. If RMLD is going to take care of the full cost of those, we might not need it for electric vehicle charging stations, but we'll come up with something else. So in a way, it's a placeholder, and I don't generally like to do those. But you know, COVID has made our communication a little more challenging. And I thought, you know, if this is something that goes in as a placeholder in December, if it's not fully fleshed out by March, it shouldn't be funded. It's really quite that simple. So those are, I think, those are all the changes to the capital plan. There is the $1.3 million ladder truck still planned to be funded next July and paid with cash. You know, we did discuss with FinCom the option of splitting that in half and borrowing money and paying half in 2 years. And, you know, FinCom, I'll give them a lot of credit. They went the other direction and said, you know, we have a lot of free cash. Let's get some work done rather than, you know, spend less on capital. So that's the high level outlook for capital. Not really a lot has changed since November, but there's a few projects almost entirely based on conversations in the fall that did get added. I'll stop sharing and be happy to answer your questions.
Questions from the boards? One question, Bob, just in thinking about the idea of pulling things forward a little bit, would it make sense to have some money there for Simons or Camp Curtis? I know that we have kind of the conservation work that's plugged into this year, right? It's in 21.
Yeah, let me talk about that a little bit. And actually that brings up another topic. We have 50,000, we made some changes at November town meeting. So we have $50,000 called land use planning for both Camp Curtis and Simons Way. I've had some very complicated and confusing discussions on Camp Curtis, but I think I finally understand. And the long and short of it is we are now going to go out and procure the services of a wetland scientist for Camp Curtis. And they will allow us to make an appointment to come in and walk the property. So that's my best guess at what's going on with Camp Curtis. And based on past work, if this same resource is available, it's not going to take very much of the $50,000 that's allocated. So there is more money available. The other thing I know we want to do up on the other end by Simons Way is to do some title work. And I think that's really a town council expense, I think. We have variously sized shapes and shapes of parcels. And ideally, there should be 2 parcels that result. One is buildable, one is not. And then somewhere down the road, the board is technically the owner, if you will, of that land. It's a reasonable discussion that we've had, at least internally, with the CONSCOM agent and a member of CONSCOM, that if Camp Curtis can be moved forward, there could be some land swaps. So conservation gets some conservation land in the northern area and may, you know, make some concessions in the southern area. And just so it's clear, when you deal with CONSCOM, you give them 2 things for every 1 thing they give you. So that's fine. You know, the point is we're working together and we'll see what we can work out. And clearly that discussion, should it happen, goes into public meetings, but we're just not quite there yet. So the other issue that's in the capital plan that I don't really know what to do with is we left the $40,000 for the senior/community center in there. And, you know, I'm scratching my head. I don't think anyone knows what that should be. So whether that should be moved out a year, I don't know. You know, I haven't had a chance to really talk to Gene about it and Kevin Bowmiller. I take your board's point and FinCom's point that Now's an awfully good time to do some planning and do some longer term thinking. And sometimes, only small dollars are required there. So I don't want to give up on the idea, but I don't have it fully fleshed out yet as to what would that mean. Typically, when we do things like this, there's a lot of community outreach. And obviously that's much harder to do, at least through, late spring, let's say, or spring. So I don't know if that answered your question, Mark, but I wanted to hit kind of all those topics.
Yeah, that was actually my second question. And I take your point. I guess my thinking is that since we're talking about fiscal 22, it's really July through the following June. So it may be that things are a little bit easier to have community outreach in person, or not, who knows, but certainly better than now.
Yeah.
Other questions, folks? Awesome. Any?
I guess I'll just conclude by on capital, saying I know that there's a number of members of FinCom here. I'm not sure when you're next scheduled to meet. I'm going to guess it's probably the school budget. But I wouldn't mind getting feedback either from individual members or joining a meeting. I don't want to be doing a capital plan that's not what you had in mind last fall. So I share this with you tonight, give you some time to think about it. If spending another $500,000 a year for 3 years is too much, I'm perfectly happy to adjust this. But what I don't want is to give you a budget in March that you have to then dissect. We may as well do what everyone is comfortable with, and I'm happy to work with you.
Well, that sounds good, Bob. I think that's, probably the best bet is to kind of go through that and start to collect some feedback for you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mark.
Vanessa.
Thanks, Mark. Will there be an opportunity to make general observations after the fact or at a future meeting?
Yeah, if you don't mind, that's the next agenda item. And I've asked Mark to, in your January 5th meeting, to have an agenda item where the board can discuss budgets. And I absolutely have some kind of work in mind for you in between now and then. And I did want to sound out kind of what you're comfortable with. The last several years, most boards have liked to see lists and then wanted to prioritize them. So a simple way is, here's 10 new things in the budget that we didn't have before. What do you think? Rank them 1 to 10. I think that's going to be a little bit more difficult this year. Just forgetting COVID, I don't know how you choose between some things. I really don't. And I don't want to call them out here, but I'm going to have a hard time balancing it. And I absolutely want your feedback, but it's really hard to choose between two things you need if you can only afford one. So my thinking for that is, and I'll speak to the sort of social worker first. Dave didn't have that in his budget. That doesn't mean that I won't, or that FinCom won't, or the town meeting won't. But I'm not sure that we would want to add a position until we sort of figure out the workspace. So that's something that could be added even mid-year in November, for instance, if that work's done, or next year if it's not. In working with areas like the Board of Health, they like to talk about multi-year planning, and I like that. And that includes, we want 3 new positions over the next 6 years. Here's one way to do it. So, you've seen some ideas, some new positions tonight, and it'd be great if we could do probably all of them. If we can't, how do you want to solve it? So I'm happy to get the feedback from the board in any way you want. I very much need your guidance in some of these issues, especially the new things. The old stuff, if there's anything we're doing you don't think we should do anymore, that'd be great. That's money we could save. Just let me know. But that's always hard. Mark will remember many years ago on FinCom, we had a community meeting with here's the new ideas to add and here's the old ideas to subtract. And there was not a single idea to subtract from a room full of 50 or 60 people. So, zero-based budgeting is easy in thinking, but in municipals, it's hard to just not do something. So whatever way the board wants to give me feedback is fine. As you've seen, I have not presented to you a firm number of how much over this is, because I don't know yet. You know, I discussed the union wages and negotiations, and I want to give that a little more time. I'm gonna say offhand, you've seen $500,000 of requests over what FinCom has given you. So we know it's not all possible, and maybe 500 is a little high. If we don't include capital, it's less than that. But aside from giving you a list of, I think past boards have asked for a list of any item that's 10,000 or more that's new to the budget. I could do that if that's what you think would be helpful. I don't want to just kind of mathematically solve the problem. I want to have a discussion in January. It's more of a philosophical discussion. You know, what's important and why, and again, do we phase this in? How do the things work together? You know, how do the other volunteer boards and committees get involved in some of these issues, certainly. So, you know, it could be kind of a lengthy discussion, but from that, I then will, you know, do my best to balance the budget based on your feedback. And of course, FinCom's always welcome.
I think it's great. I think we do need to have some in-depth discussions about it. One thought might be to assess which are quote unquote community priorities, in the sense of, we decided that certain things could and should fall into accommodated costs based on that idea. And I think certainly some of the things that have been brought up over the last few nights would more easily fit into that category than others. So I haven't thought that through, but that might be an interesting way to kind of put things in buckets. So instead of just having one list, you know, there are kind of some categories that we think about. Just as
and we've only added one to it formally. For what that's worth, doesn't mean you can't do anything you want, but the position at the library was formally FORMALLY added as a community priority into the fall's budget discussion, so that the $70,000 I think that Amy has requested, or the trustees haven't yet requested, but we all know they're discussing it. That does not need to have library or other town cuts to afford. It's put in off the top, over the top. You know, SRO, same thing. Some of the special ed needs at the school, same thing. But that's the only thing that has been added up front to the list. And our budget process generally works that the next time that happens is next fall. But we can have a discussion. You know, community priorities are meant to be things that you don't have to pay for yourself. They're so important, if you will, that the school and the town shares the cost.
Vanessa.
Thanks, Mark. Bob, what discussions, and it might be a little premature for this question, but what discussions are taking place with the schools, or with the superintendent, I should say, just to further support them this year? Because obviously there's been an increase in needs there, in hiring. Is there any discussion taking place of sort of reallocating funds to make sure that the schools have what they need going into the next budget cycle?
No, because the schools haven't really produced a budget yet, is the short answer. Through facilities, yes, but just for education, no.
I mean, I think that's something that's worth putting out there as the pandemic continues and as the school costs continue to increase. There are certain functions within town government that I think need to be the priority. Public safety, education, and seniors are high among them for me.
I see John has joined. John, would you like to comment?
No, I've been here. I just want to say we're in the beginning process, Vanessa, of developing our budget. So we really don't have any information to share at this point. But as you know, we work very closely with Bob on the budget.
Thanks, John.
Karen.
This is a question from Bob. I think you mentioned we are at the timing is that you need to negotiate with 8 unions. What is the tenor of those discussions going to be? Looking ahead, with the uncertainty that we will be looking ahead. Is it going to be is it going to be business as usual, or is there some recognition that we haven't paid the piper yet and we're going to have to?
Well, I guess all I'll say, because I really can't speak outside of negotiations, is that I think the right framework is what is a concern for today that's COVID related? And then what is a 3-year, because we all like 3-year contracts, discussion look like? So that's how I've approached it with the union so far, and all of them seem fine with that approach. And honestly, the today COVID issues are harder to solve. There's so much uncertainty. I'm pretty comfortable longer term that I have an idea. I have an understanding of our finances. FinCom's been great in terms of being real clear on some things. We have good resources. So I'm not as concerned about that, I guess, as trying to figure out this short-term COVID impact. And the staff and all the unions and non-union members have been great working through it. But as you can all imagine, you know, it's one thing to go to your job and have to deal with COVID. It's quite another when your job is to deal with COVID for a community. So it's like a triple-edged sword. So it's complicated. And we have to protect our employees, but we also have to offer services to the public.
Other questions or comments? Great, thanks everyone. So the select board is meeting tomorrow night at 7. We have a, by comparison, much briefer agenda than usual. I had offered office hour or office half hour at 6:30. That is still a valid offer. What I'd ask is just send an email to either selectboard@ci.reading.ma.us, or you can just send it to me, mark.doxer@ci.reading.ma.us. We'll have a separate Zoom or phone link that you'll be able to use so that it won't interfere with the 7 o'clock call, with the 7 o'clock Zoom, sorry. So if anyone wants to participate in that, that's fine, but I'll be available for that, and we'll meet at 7. Any other business we need to talk about tonight? I would entertain a motion.
Motion
to adjourn.
And second first. Is there a second? Oh, so Karen made the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Vanessa. We'll go through roll call. So Karen?
Yes.
Vanessa? Oh, couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Anne?
Yes.
Mark? Yes. Thank you, folks. We are adjourned. Thank you for a very good meeting.
Thank you all.